Hello, I am the Ronan Ball, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Ball live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Ball. So welcome to a live stream on the twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Hello, Kenneth One. Sorry to interrupt your poop time. 7903 didn't realize what a cool guy Pawn is, so I started looking into speedrunning a bit more. Ooh. You found it. And hello, abolish the Senate bot. Long time no see. Oh, you've come to a good and abolish the Senate bot. You've come to a good and multi-rant is activated. Ding, 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 ding. Do I have like pinball time? Welcome to the rant. I mean, Kerbal stream that may or may not involve any Kerbal. We'll get there eventually. What sound effects do I have here? The captain has put on the rant about the world's bullshit light. Feel free to move about the captain. And also, breaking news coming in at this late hour. City of Detroit still fucked up. Journalism not really a thing anymore. More at 11. Look at the sound effects I happen to have here. And you know, by the end of this, we'll all have learned something. Robopawn already? Is there Robopawn? Don't tell me there's Robopawn. How could there be Robopawn? Wait, is that... Was there Robopawn going on? I've just reset and restarted and whatnot. I don't ever get to hear Robopawn, only you get to hear Robopawn. Tell you what, I actually, here's before we get into ranting about things that suck, I did figure out how to make Voice Meter not do the Robopawn, well, not do the Robo computer sounds anyway. Maybe I could make a similar change for the microphone. But under settings here, if you're familiar with this software, under settings, you go in, and if you go to like change any of these values, it'll be like, hey, don't fucking do that. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. Don't touch that shit, man. Unless you know what you're doing, and you don't know what you're doing. That's what that says. Don't read it yourself. I've just read it for you. What you want to do is say fuck you, and then put the samples up a little bit more. Which is how it's always worked with like ASIO, and things like that. So I recognized the effect, and I was like, I always tried to stay away from it because it complains about, you could break something. I went, fuck you. Turned it up to 768 WDM. We haven't had problems in weeks. Just something I haven't mentioned to you until now, but I did that a while ago. I haven't had a problem in weeks. And it was Kerbal Space Program caused a problem, like a big problem. Sucking up so much CPU that the audio kept getting screwed again. Sounds great now. I don't know what that guy was talking about. According to Trump, nothing's set in life but viruses and taxes. Oh. So not death? No, or is that what we mean by viruses? Viruses is standing for death? Death, taxes, and fake news, especially if Trump is speaking. I have lots to rant about here. Back in 15, okay, well, I'll start with the one that's non-governmental, then abolish the Senate bot. How you guys doing? Hey guys, it's the day after tax day. Did you have fun filing your taxes? I filed my taxes, and apparently I made almost nothing last year, so it was a reasonable tax bill that I had to pay, and I'm doing a lot better this year, so it was fine. In fact, I think between federal and state, I actually got $7 back. Which for me, it's usually I end up paying like, you know, 100 or 200 after the state gives me money and the federal government takes it from me. It balances out, and I want to be paying my taxes. I'm a goddamn socialist over here. Take my money and give me services. And if you could just get on that second part of it sometime this millennium, then I'd feel even better about paying my taxes. But I want to pay my taxes. I like it. I think it's a thing that we should all be doing. I want to do it. And the city of Detroit fucked me again this year. I didn't pay them. I didn't pay the city of Detroit. Just like I didn't manage to last year until it was too late, and then I had to send them a letter. So we'll get around to that, okay? Because I have multiple things to bitch about today. I may have mentioned. The first is user benchmark. Except for I'm not going to be bitching about user benchmark. Well, yeah, we'll bitch about user benchmark, okay? Am I going to play Kerbal Space Program? I don't know. We'll see if we got time for it. I got a lot to talk about here. It's a good warm-up. Let people get to the show. You know, and I'll just sit here and talk to you about, so I have been looking at recently possibly upgrading from my Ryzen 7 2700, which is what we run these streams on, what we've been running these streams on for quite a while now. I got the 2700 when Zen, the Zen Plus, the Zen architecture, the Zen model of AM4, I believe it was, when all of that was coming out, when Ryzen 7 was hot and new. I grabbed myself a 2700, built a new system with the new AMD thing, and I've been very happy with these 8 cores, 16 threads at 3.2 gigahertz, overclocked to 3.6, which is where I'm running it, and it stays cool and it's nice. But I've been very happy with that, but time goes on. So do we. Just how we do it is no mystery. And so I've been thinking about maybe going up to the 3600 Ryzen 5. It's only 6 cores, so it's actually a downgrade in terms of the number of cores. But when you look at how it performs in the rankings here, single core, dual core, quad core, and then octa-core, multi-core basically there, it's 24%. It's a 1/4% faster in single and dual core on the averages. 21% faster for quad core, and then it's actually, when it's not overclocked, slightly faster, even though it has 2 less cores and 4 less, virtual cores, 4 less threads. And then when you see the overclocked scores, those figures drop a little bit, from a 25 down to a 15%. Mine's overclocked to 3.6. I wonder if this indicates, if this is a good sign of saying that maybe the Ryzen 5 3600 is, on average, not quite as overclockable as the 2700 is, because, I've overclocked it by 400 megahertz, mine, and if I could do the same here, you'd expect to see these numbers more or less around the same spot. So for there to be a 10% gap, interesting anyway, however they're doing the overclocked score. But even with the 8-core multi-core, we're seeing a change of what is, denoted as 0% here. And you guys can't exactly see that it's 8-core because it's behind my head and it's behind chat. Trust me, anyway. So I've been thinking about upgrading this, and the other day, because it's cheap, it's less than $200, I can get that for 160 plus tax, it'd come up to like $170 for that, and it's like, hey, be nice to have a little bit more CPU power behind KSP, especially when we're playing. A user did the benchmark, so a random person. Sorry. Don't know what user benchmark is. Hey, we never reached the sub goal for bitch about marketing and government bullshit. Ooh, but we're very close still to the Twitch % goal. Let's get there today. Which probably won't, because I'm just going to be bitching, and who wants to support me while I'm bitching? But, so I was, looking at this, I brought it up on stream, and Insights, one of our moderators and on the Discord server and here, was saying, ooh, user benchmark, you really shouldn't be using that pawn. And he was talking about, like, there's apparently some talk out there, and has been for a long time, about how user benchmark is not something that you should go by for reasons. I didn't know what the reasons were. I'd never heard that, and I'll explain to you right now, Stonks, what user benchmark is, because this is why I have always thought of it as a very good tool in terms of, like, comparing CPUs and hardware generally, because it's not just CPUs, it's GPUs, it's hard drives, it's SSDs, it's RAM, it's basically everything attached to your computer. The reason why is because the way that this site is populated is you download their, test your CPU, you download a little application and run it on your actual real world system, and whatever pieces that your piece of hardware you're running, it reports your score to you first off, which means nothing because it's just points, and benchmarking software is always like, what does that even mean? But it reports it back to the website, and they accumulate and collect the data, and it tells you somewhere in here how many benchmarks they have. So the information that they have about the Ryzen 7 2700 is based on 73,217 real-world computers upon which their software was run to test it. And little magnets with the 3 gift subs, thank you so much, driving immediately toward that Twitch % goal. Thank you, and that goes to Lo-Fi Loops, Stocks 7903, and V Young 7. Fuck, I was just about to go grocery shopping. Well, yeah, see you later, Pawnee. All right, that's fine. By the time you get back, we probably still won't be playing KSP. I got a lot of shit to talk about. Does ice cream still work since obviously later? No. No, it doesn't. It's not integrated anymore. But so that's why I actually think this website is good, and a good thing to reference. If you're not, I don't know where else online you can find consolidated data of this bulk, of this amount, if any, really. Technology information about components that you don't have is kind of, left otherwise, if the system doesn't exist, to reviewers to just tell you based on, their CPUs that are often given to them by the manufacturers, shipped directly to them. Maybe they picked out a particularly good piece of silicon that can be overclocked if overclocking is involved. And, you get the information from a reviewer who sometimes runs advertisements. I don't watch Linus Tech Tips anymore. Never a big fan in the first place, but I stopped because he had so many fucking brand deals with Intel back to back. I'm like, why am I even watching you anymore? You're basically a paid fucking sponsor. I'm not, like, you can tell me that you're, remaining, no, it's not skewing me that I'm getting tens of thousands of dollars from Intel over the course of several months. But, really? I didn't like it. I wasn't a fan of the content that much in the first place. And so, it's just something to bear in mind. You can like who you like. You can trust who you're going to trust. You can trust them based on whatever, your sense is about them. But no matter who they are in the business of creating content online, whether it's around this kind of thing, reviews, anything, there is an individual's incentive and an individual's business partners, an individual's people who are in the same market space as they are, especially for reviewers. If you burn a bridge by giving someone a really bad review on something in a line of things that you review, you could not only burn the bridge with that company who maybe you don't give a shit about, but the next company who would come along and be like, hey, we'd like you to review this product. We'll send it to you for free. Just give us a fair and honest review. They might decide we don't want to because you might give a really bad review to our product because you gave it to the last guy. And so everyone has an incentive. Everyone has their issues to balance. And when you're talking to a tech reviewer, that doesn't go away. Everybody can say, I'm fair, impartial, unbiased. Everyone can say that. And they can mean it and not even know how they're being influenced. And some of them can say it and not mean it at all. Wait, I missed the first part. Feels bad, man, says Insights LG. I'm just getting started. You didn't miss anything. Welcome, Insights. But Insights, turned me on to that there is criticism of user benchmark out there that I was unaware of.
Wait, I missed the first part. FELSBADMAN.
I read it before you could. I didn't realize it was a chair. You taking your time to... What does this site say about 3700X, says Little Magnets? Well, what do we want to compare it to? Let's do Ryzen 5. Let's do 3700X. Okay? It calls it the 57th fast in the world, and that's sort of where people's issues seems to lie, mainly in user benchmark, but more importantly, by direct comparison of the 2700, which is what I'm running on right now, and what you're watching the stream thanks to. It's saying that single core is about, basically everything from single to quad core is about 30% faster and about 25% faster on multi-core for the average. And then for the units that are overclocked, it's looking more like 20% and 15% in terms of just the clock speeds. Just the clock speeds. I'm curious. Oh, that's a 65-watt processor too? It's amazing what you can do when you scale down to 7 nanometers. I mean, it's amazing what they were able to do at 12 nanometers. I have routinely run the cooler running of the chips, the ones that require less electricity, generate less heat. I have routinely tried to be in this range throughout CPU development. Rarely have I had a 90 or 100 and some watt CPU. My Bulldozer 8-core from the old AMD days was a power hog, and it was hot, and it was this loud, and yeah, I like the 65-watt range for a lot of reasons, including longevity. The Light Guy 89 with a sub, that's 4 months on a 4-month streak. Thank you so much, Light Guy 89. And raid? Who's raiding? I see no... Is there a raid on? Did I miss a raid? Snogs, I'm bad at words. Well, yeah, because you said, ooh, but you got the badge now. The badge just came up. Welcome to the Big Rant Club is what we're doing today. But so Insights introduced me to, some people have problems with user benchmark, and some people say that professionals in the industry and people who know better don't go to user benchmark. And I haven't actually looked into it because Insight sent me a number of links, and the one of them was so interesting to me that I got completely sidetracked, and I want to talk about that today. This has nothing to do with whether or not user benchmark is or is not a good platform for getting information from, whether or not user benchmark is skewing its data. Let me explain to you. Well, let me let someone else explain to you what the stance is, what at least some of the talk is out there about user benchmark. Ladies and gentlemen, this is tweaktown.com, soon to be sued by user benchmark, I am sure, and this is the author Shannon Robb, who is the reason why Tweaktown will be sued shortly. User benchmark adjusting CPU rankings, pandering to Intel, question mark? Huh? So there's the claim right there. It's not a claim, though. It's a question. So it's not libel, It's not slander because it's not spoken. It's not libel, even though it's written, because there's a question mark at the end of it. But the concept here is user benchmark adjusting their CPU rankings to pander to Intel.
Yeah, that link was horseshit. Well, at least I gave us a talking point.
Yes, I'm so happy that you sent me this link. And again, this has nothing to do with whether or not the arguments against user benchmark are or are not valid. This article in and of itself is just something that I wanted to talk about. It gives me joy to destroy things, apparently. To tear people down who need to be torn down. So this is the premise here, that some people have, issues with user benchmark. The latest bit of it, at least July 28th, 2019, so it's last year in the middle, about a year ago today, this fella, Shannon Robb, who's about to be lit afire by the Ronin pawn, was writing this. And Milgrips with the subscription 5th month hype. Thank you, Milgrips, so much. Jeez, you guys are gonna get me there today. Thank you so much. Saving for my first build will cost around $1,000, and I'm not sure if it'll work. Stonks. I don't think you need to. If you got the money for it, you want to build a big, big machine, you go ahead and you do it. But I suppose the graphics card alone is about $550, isn't it, these days? Outside of the graphics card, you can put together a very powerful computer for something like $400, and then you do need a graphics card, and that drives it up to like $1,000. But it depends on your needs and what you want and how much money you got to spend, and I can give advice, but it would have to be after we get to this. So this is the claim that user benchmark is skewing their rankings. How could they skew their rankings? It's just software that's running and sending back data that's being accumulated and then put before your eyes.
I am so ready for this roast. I have my finger on the clip button.
Well, the first and most important thing, you know what? Maybe I'll come back to it. I'll set it up, and then we'll come back and we'll see if you guys see anything to knock down. Holy shit! Holy shit! Milgrips gifting 10 subs, and that's a total of 19 Milgrips has given in the channel to Evil Bob 73, Quap Gaming, Final Shade, Grabic 77, Aher Paterahar, Lethal Lemon Pubg, Gray. Fosman, Rod Botic, and Pony 69. Good God, well, we hit it. Well, not until it updates. It doesn't count till the number changes. It's gonna take a minute. It takes a minute. I'll just have the Streamlabs thing up there, and we'll hit the session restart button, see if that helps it get done. Milgrips, thank you so much for that. More subs and sub goals. I should complain more, apparently. You guys won't. Maybe you're just trying to stop me from doing it. I don't know. Do y'all work for, like, tweaktown.com? And you're like, keep subbing. We can interrupt him from actually talking about how we should be sued for printing this. User Benchmark changes their CPU rating algorithm to push huge focus on 1T performance while nerfing NT performance because Ryzen is too fast. When they're saying 1T and NT, I don't know what they mean by T except for, cores. By, single core performance over multi-core performance, over, 8-core performance, basically. And there's a lot of space between 1T and NT, because NT, in my mind, is for multi-core. We're talking about 8 cores or more. Single core, dual core, quad core they're not different, but they're different. because people actually develop and have been developing for a while software that is obviously for single core, but for dual core and quad core. There are rare few applications, games, programs in general that are actually optimized for anything that use anything more than quad core, because it's a whole thing. You know, in programming, usually, and especially with games, but, you know, there's most of the time you don't have like a system that can run concurrently. You know, to think about it in terms of a game, when you're a player in the world going to do something, you know, it's a lot of if-then statements. It's a lot of like conditions and then something happens. It's you do this and then that happens and then we check to see if you did this or didn't do this, and you can't run those checks concurrently. You know, you can do things to optimize graphics. You can do things to optimize, you know, functions in the background, but a lot of gaming just has to happen one after the other in terms of how you can run these lines of code. So games tend not to be that efficient or that optimized for multi-core. Now that's changing as the times move forward, and hopefully it will be more and more and take more advantage of our multi-core CPUs. But most of the programs on your computer don't really do anything with it. You know, most of the multi-core that ends up happening on a operating system level, where it's saying, okay, I'll run this program on this CPU, and maybe like I'll split the load between these two CPUs. You know, Chrome probably runs tabs. If there's a tab that's running in the background, might break it off onto a CPU separate from its own. But it comes down to threading. It's not actually multi-core processing in almost everything you do. If you're doing video editing, then absolutely. When you're doing like graphics rendering, absolutely, because you can take all like a bunch of images and shove them down, you know, 8, 12, 16, 32 different pipes of CPU and have the same process running on them all at the same time, and cut the processing time down by, you know, divide it by the number of CPU of cores you have, because they can all be doing the same processes at the same time on different material. It's the best use of multi-core, which means that in most of your day-to-day business, you are getting your biggest benefit from your single core performance. And that is the end of that sentence. You're getting most of your performance from single core, and then you are getting a good bit of your performance from dual core and from quad core, and then anything above that, it's very situational. Pawn has been coding his own split timer. Here's the repo. Oh, thank you. Insights. Pawn, have you tried the coding game website? I used to have tons of fun coding. That's awesome. Coding is really pretty fun. A little tedious and confusing at times. Yes, but it is rather fun and rewarding. So having said everything that I've said, let me just expose you to some of this article. User benchmark has been a quite long-standing way for novice users to find which hardware would be the best by placing a direct comparison between models in their integrated benchmark database. Some of you may not know anything about user benchmark, but it is wise to get to know them. This is because while many experienced users pay them no mind, user benchmark has made themselves a huge SEO trap, search engine optimization trap. So he's saying, you know, they get a lot of traffic from Google. For novice users, all right, so we've novice users twice and experienced users in the same paragraph. We're really defining that, you know, if you know what you're doing, then you don't have anything to do with user benchmark. And if you do, that kind of a thing. We're really setting this up. We're really, what do you call that? Poisoning the well? Users who are simply seeking a quick way to tell which hardware is the best. So, yeah. That is, I can read this whole goddamn article if I want to, because this is critique and review, and my critique on that is it's a poisoning the well statement. You've said nothing to back up what you're saying. You're just saying that this is true, that novice users use it, experienced users pay them no mind, and the novice users who use it are simply seeking. All of those are definitive statements for which you have nothing to back it up. It is a poisoning of the well at the beginning of this article, and it only gets better. We see the crux of the problem when sorting based on the CPU's speed rank. You can see that the top 5 spots are dominated by Intel products. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This, in itself, is not really the whole story, as we have to go a bit deeper to understand what actually happened.
I think that as we go on with time and technology and everything becomes more multitasky and parallel, buying more cores mean that more will be more well spent, and overall your processor will age better. Would you agree?
Yes. I don't know if I would forecast that in the immediate, though, like in this generation of processors, because they've had a long time to get on board with, like, it's just harder to code for for parallel tasks and for multi-core, and good programmers are very familiar with threading, but multi-core, it gets sticky, it gets difficult. Like, what can I do on multi-core is a question that a lot have. So I don't know if it will happen in this generation of CPUs, but overall, if you're buying a computer that is going to have, that you expect to have around for like 7 or 10 years, then I would say, yeah, the cores are going to be even more useful than they already are. It's not like multi-core is not of use. It's absolutely of use. Intel's, better, faster, single core performance also comes down to they have many cores in there. But I want to come back to that, actually. I want to come back to that insights, but thank you for the cheer, and thank you for, let me come back to that. So the crux of the problem is when sorting CPUs by speed ranks. Some good reporting from the team over at WCCF Tech shows how the rules have changed on how CPUs are represented in their speed ranking calculation. Here you see that the previous rating, okay, so this is how User Benchmark used to sort their scores apparently before this update that was new a year ago. It used to be split, 60% of the score being tests of quad-core performance, single-core accounting for 30%, higher than quad-core labeled multi-core being 10%. Now, the change that they've done last year, apparently, is that quad-core performance drops to 58%, so from 60 down by 2%, not a big change there. Single core jumps to 40% from 30%, so it's come up by 10. Multi-core fails to a mere 2%, coming down from 10% to, losing 8%. This would make sense several years ago when frequencies were still growing, but now that it is increasingly more difficult to increase frequencies, scaling in cores has been having over the past 3 years. Okay? We need an editor. Editor? Is there an editor on this site? No, because you should be sued for this article. I guess you could say that since Ryzen came onto the scene, it has started the shift to many more cores on consumer-level CPUs. That's true. So, this is what's changed. And note that the change was quad-core rating really didn't change that much. They dropped it down so that it would, the numbers would even out here. But mainly it was about single-core getting an extra 10% consideration, multi-core falling to 2% from 10. That's actual sort of reporting. It's important to note here that this individual is reporting on what someone else reported and actually using their article and their graphics. So it's not their reporting, but hey, at least they're telling you about someone else's reporting in a almost slightly partially competent kind of halfway. Here we see a comparison I just performed at the time of writing. The Core i5-9600KF scores a similar speed rating as a 3900X. This is a 6-core, 6-thread, non-hyper-threaded part, running at a 3.7 GHz base versus an AMD 12-core, 24-thread Zen 2 part with a base clock of 3.8 GHz. In what world would a user be considering a 3900X or an i5-9600KF? Just looking at the results has me scratching my head as the 3900X beats gaming and desktop performance per their own results, while also beating the 9600KF by over double in the workstation testing. So, by their own results, so his complaint here is that the speed ranks are both 7th, which is weird. I don't think they can both occupy the same space, but they're both showing up as 7th in this listing. Did he edit this? Because that doesn't... You don't have two different CPUs, unless he's sorting by one's AMD and one's Intel, but that's not how it works. Did he edit this to create the... I don't know. But desktop 94%, desktop 95, gaming 95, gaming 93. So he's saying that these two should not be considered equivalent because this one has workstation potential of 132%. This one has workstation potential of 60%. This doesn't support really good multi-core. This does because it's got tons of cores and threads to it. But they are similar in terms of their single-core to quad-core performance. That's what's going on there. So he doesn't like the way that they're ranking, that these should both be 7th. All right, fair enough. There's an argument to be said there. With that being said, User Benchmark has addressed the concerns, your concerns, via their update FAQ, and while the update helps clear up their stance, I do have to say my BSO-meter is jumping off the charts as they take a very defensive and confrontational tone with their explanation for their adjustments. I guess this is as good of a time as any to mention that no qualified journalist we know of uses User Benchmark for any of their review coverage or testing, and that is likely for a very good reason. We're going to come back to this paragraph. We're going to have fun. In closing, let's take a bit of User Benchmark's own advice and seek quality and qualified reviewers' results, such as the coverage you find here at Tweaktown, or other trusted media outlets, rather than a benchmark, it hurts me to call it that can be adjusted willy-nilly, especially if Ryzen is just too fast, is an acceptable reason to nerf the bench results. So let's remember that this article is named in the most clickbaity fashion, User Benchmark Adjusting CPU Rankings Pandering to Intel, and that is a question, which means it's legal to ask that question. Should Donald Trump be shot in the head? It's a question that's legal to ask, but, if you turned it into a declarative statement, that could be problematic. User Benchmark changes their CPU rating algorithm to push huge focus on 1T performance while nerfing NT performance because Ryzen is too fast. And this is the line that gets you sued. This is the line that counts as libel for which you would lose the lawsuit. This is the subtitle of the article. You go from asking a question and throughout this entire article making no statement of fact whatsoever other than pointing at other people's statements of fact. So the author of this, Mr. Shannon Robb, is going well out of his way as a journalist to not say anything. But in the headline here, the subtitle, this is a declarative statement. User Benchmark has changed their CPU rating algorithm because Ryzen is too fast. And you will note that Ryzen is too fast is in quotes there. Who's he quoting? Well, we just read the article. We know who he's quoting. He's quoting himself. He's quoting himself. He put it in single quotes because he's quoting his own mind. Well, he's quoting actually his own writing at the end of the article, in which he also quotes, it's in quotes here too, as though someone is saying it that isn't him. He quotes his own mind, Ryzen is just too fast, and then in the title, he misquotes his typed version of his own mind by turning it into Ryzen is too fast instead of Ryzen is just too fast. And this is actually an illegal, this is an act of libel right there, because you've just made a declarative statement. You're asking the question, and then you're answering it, and you're saying Ryzen is too fast. Find me the person on User Benchmark who said that and put that in the article. They haven't, because you're only saying, you said it, and you quoted yourself, you fucking fraud. You think that you're, this is just absolutely insane to me. So here's the paragraph in question that is the most goddamn interesting. I think it's just awesome. I do have to say, my bullshit-o-meter is jumping off the charts as they take a very defensive and confrontational tone. My bullshit-o-meter is off the charts because they took a confrontational tone. My bullshit-o-meter because they, with their confrontational tone. I guess this is as good of a time as any to mention that no qualified journalist we know of uses User Benchmark for any of their review coverage or testing, and that is likely for a very good reason. Let's do some English work, friends. Have you ever, been to K-5 education? Let's break down a sentence here. No qualified journalist we know of. Okay, let's start with, the noun here, the subject. No journalist. Okay, so that's all of journalists. No journalist uses User Benchmark. Well, that's not what I'm saying, though, because that would be a definitive statement that would say something. What we mean is, no journalist we know of. We know of. So we've just cut 100% of journalists down to the ones that we know of and have that kind of knowledge on whether they consult User Benchmark. So you've asked them, surely you've polled those that you know. No, you haven't. Well, those that you know of their practices regarding User Benchmark. So we're talking about 0.001%? You're talking about the two guys in your office? Is that what you're talking about? No journalist we know of. We've gone from 100% of journalists down to almost none. And then we've added, just to be extra sure, that we've got enough qualifying verbiage around this to make it so that it means absolutely nothing. We've turned it into no qualified journalist we know of. And we do not specify what qualifies them, because what's happening here is we're qualifying them. Which means that, in fact, the author of this article may indeed know journalists who use user benchmark as part of their reviews and just, reviewing information, but those journalists that this author, Shannon Robb, doesn't consider to be qualified, so you can actually take the people who you do know who use it out of that. This sentence means fucking nothing. But it does imply a lot. It certainly makes it sound like there's a reason why everybody else should dismiss user benchmark because, but it says nothing whatsoever. Let's continue breaking down sentences because it can be fun. Once we establish that no body of no people who we can't specify that may or may not exist, and those people don't use it for their review coverage or testing, and that is likely for a very good reason. So we can't say that it is, we could just say it's for a good reason, and then not specify what that reason is, which would mean that the rest of this sentence would also say nothing. If we just said it's for a good reason, but didn't tell you what the reason is, then that's an empty statement. What's the good reason? Well, I'm not telling you. Okay. What we'll do is we'll say it's for a very good reason, which puts a lot of emphasis behind the unqualified nothing statement. What's the reason? We're not telling you. And then, to qualify that further, we will put the word likely before the emptiness of good reason with the modifier very. It is very nothing, and it's only likely. We don't know for sure, but it's likely that what is or is not happening from the party that does or does not exist is happening without any cause whatsoever, because we don't know, because it's likely, and it's a good reason that we won't specify here. This entire fucking paragraph has no substance to it. There is nothing in there but, affectation. Delusion, just this is how I feel about something, and I'm making it sound like it's more than how I feel about something. There is nothing in this sentence. Find something in that sentence. There's nothing in the whole goddamn paragraph. Ladies and gentlemen. Noah, what are we doing? Oh, I'm ranting about technology journalism. Well, just journalism in general. Here's another thing that I didn't even bring up when I was sharing all this with Insights. I was so excited to be like, oh, you got to look at this article closer. Here's something that I don't think I shared. The idea that there would be a journalist, whether qualified or that you know of, who uses user benchmark for review or testing doesn't really make sense, does it? Because, you shouldn't be using a site like user benchmark for review and testing. This doesn't help you test. This is a consolidation of data so that other people can come. This is data. This isn't a test. This is the results of other people's tests. So for benchmarking, this doesn't help you at all. It doesn't help you. And the purpose of their test software, it gives you a meaningless number at the end of doing their testing that basically all benchmarks give back. It's kind of a meaningless number. You have to figure out what it means. But this is not designed to be used for testing. It's designed to find out where you sit on a spectrum of tens of thousands of others. So there's testing like that. But it's for a journalist in this industry, there would be no reason for a journalist in this industry to use a site like that as data in their own coverage and testing. That would mean that there's no meaning, there's no point to you being the person doing your own tests. You're just reporting what you read on a website, is what that would be. So this, there wasn't anything in this paragraph to begin with, but even the supposition that there would be a reason for a journalist to use user benchmark is a straw man. There's nothing in this paragraph, and I just fucking love it. I fucking love it because, at the end of the day, this is what really drives it home for me, the reason why I felt I needed to share it with you. At the end of the day, this person, Shannon Robb, has written an article where he blatantly states, does not ask the question as it was in the title, and does not avoid the subject as it is in all of the other text. In this subtitle, this is a blatant statement that user benchmark has changed their rating algorithm in order, because Ryzen is too fast, which is not, there's nothing to support that statement. You don't present anything to support that statement. And what you've put here in quotes, Ryzen is too fast, is you quoting yourself, actually misquoting yourself, where later in the article you put your own statement, Ryzen is just too fast, in quotes as though someone else said it, but you're just quoting your own brain. This is a quote of yourself twice removed and incorrectly done, because it's not a quote if you change the words in the middle. That's what in, like, writers, let me show you what writers do, if I can find a place to type here. I'll show you what writers do when they're going to quote something and remove it. This is how you do it, okay? The man said, yourself, you shitty writer. That's how writers quote something if they're going to remove something from the sentence, because then it's accurate. That's how a journalist, that's how legal documents are prepared. You show that something has been removed. But yeah, what I love about this is what it all comes back to and why it makes me so happy, is that this person is claiming that this site, which is a competitor site of theirs, so TweakTown has a vested interest in making you think that their information is less valuable than the information you'll find here, which is apparently just all swagger and dick waving with no substance behind it, if we trust, looking at Shannon Robb's work here anyway. User Benchmark is adjusting their rankings to pander to Intel, and this entire article, because it has no substance to it, makes no statement of anything, and then ends with Ryzen is just too fast, which is a statement that they also do not qualify anywhere within this article, is evidence of the fact that Shannon Robb and TweakTown are pandering to AMD in this article. I can say that legally because this is the evidence. You, TechTown and Shannon Robb, cannot say User Benchmark changed their CPU rating because Ryzen is too fast, because that's just some shit you came up with in your head. This is your article. This is my evidence. Where is your evidence of pandering and, Intel and Ryzen? Where's any of that? It's not in this fucking article, is it? That'd be a thing that a journalist would do. You're just clickbait, is what you are, TweakTown. This is a clickbait article with a fucking clickbait title on it, with an even more clickbait and actually libel and legally culpable subtitle that then comes into an article that says absolutely nothing. The only information you get is him copy-pasting from someone who actually did the fucking work and linking back to their fucking work, and then making an unqualified statement that Ryzen is too fast. This is actual pandering to AMD. But we already knew TweakTown was shit, right? How about we look at AWS plans? You want to switch over to Amazon for the bot. We really do need to do that. But I just loved this. I love this fucking article. This is the kind of writing that if I wasn't sitting here like running you through it, this is the kind of article that you sit down, you read, and especially if you heard it somewhere else first and you read this, it sounds legit, right? And then especially it sounds more legit when he starts like dropping these 60, 30, 40s to 10, 58, 2. And it's like, okay, that's actual information. It's not his information. He just copy pasted it from someone who actually did the work. But then all of everything that's around that information is empty, vapid, vacant, doesn't actually make any statement, and then comes to a conclusion. This is Trump era reporting. Is what this is. This is the kind of thing, I mean, it doesn't matter here, it's some jackass who doesn't know how to write, posting an article that he probably got paid for, my God, on TweakTown so that they can get a little bit of clickbait for their website while they're criticizing a competitor's website and talking about their search engine optimization, which, look at all the ads here. Bet you guys spend a lot of money and time on search engine optimization, don't you, TweakTown? But, all of their critiques of their competitor in this industry, this is exactly what you see in, like, what is supposedly journalism everywhere else these days. It's asking a question that is a nice clickbait question that, just basically reinforces a conclusion you already have, and it's a question, and so it doesn't actually say that, and so we're not doing anything that could get us sued. You see that just constantly throughout journalism, and then you see this kind of writing, where it pretends to be journalism. It drops like one little piece of fact that they pulled off of the goddamn news ticker from fucking Reuters in the middle of it, and then everything around it is an opinion editorial piece without stating it's an opinion editorial piece, and it passes as though it's journalism. But what it is infotainment, and what it is meant to grab people who are AMD enthusiasts like myself and be like, this website that is our competitor, and that we would rather you be reading our articles than just going there and getting tens of thousands of user-submitted, like, hard, real-world data from real PCs in the real world. What we want you to do is tune into our website, where people like Shannon Robb will write about having built one computer on their bench out of hardware that was sent to us for free from manufacturers who may or may not have picked out the best piece of silicon that they had that came out of the thing to send it, so that you'd be real impressed. We'll do like 4 or 5 benchmarks on 4 or 5 systems, and then you can listen to our opinion and take that and make that your opinion and how you should buy. That's what you should do. Don't go to user benchmark, where you can look at 228,199 user benchmarks worth of data consolidated and compared in these categories. Don't do that, because that would put us out of a job. That would point out how, individual reviewers can really only give you their impression of the hardware that they had and how their motherboard with that CPU on this disk and that RAM work together, whereas this will tell you how real systems in the wild actually perform with a large variety of hardware. You might notice that this is actually far more valuable than listening to an individual reviewer. You might notice that. So don't do that. I love that. I love this. It's the best fucking example of horse shit, reporting that targets the fucking competitors. It's like Fox News, like, reporting about how, and the New York Times fucked up again today when they did, and then not actually proving that they fucked up at all. Not actually just making a bunch of, I have to say, my BS-o-meter, and then talking about qualified journalists in the next sentence. Let me ask you something, Rob Shannon. Do qualified journalists use the phrase, my BS-o-meter is jumping off the charts in their articles regularly? I mean, you can get away with it if you, have credibility. Just gonna look for some of that here. Nope, none of that. None of that there. He criticizes, well, he's proving that he's talking about the fucking huge SEO trap. What is tweaktown.com? What are you guys desperate to do too? It's fun. Film theory, that is what I think with libel. I'm getting a real strong deja vu right now. Yeah? Have we done this before, maybe? If Ryzen is too fast, wouldn't that be libel too? I mean, the author hasn't shown anything to support that it is too fast. Yeah, actually, AMD should sue them, because his statement, Ryzen is too fast, is unqualified. We don't actually know what it means. Maybe he's saying it's too fast. It runs too fast. It doesn't work because it's trying to go too fast. There's too many clock cycles. The rest of the system can't keep up. It's too fast. He says nothing about, he qualifies this statement not at all. This is the fucking pandering. Are they pandering to Intel? Well, I know that you're pandering to fucking AMD with this statement. But to speak to the actual issue of user benchmark, I just like this as like a proof of bad journalism. I love this as just a excellent example of these people. This site should be sued. And you would win if you did. They would have to settle out of court because their lawyers would say, yeah, you're going to lose this one. How long you had it up? A year? Oh, yeah, you're going to lose this one. Let's see what they want, and we'll settle. What was I going to say, though? Oh, in reference to, like, this reweighting, rebalancing that they did, multi-core, which is to say 8-core. 8-core dropped to just 2% consideration from being a 10% consideration, the way that they balance CPU. Now, when you think about that, the information on this website, right here, okay, let's say 1-core. 1-core, 105 points, 135 points, 29% faster between the 2700 and 3700X. And in fact, go back to the one that I want to get, or that I'm thinking about getting, which is the 3600, the Ryzen 5 3600. The 1-core score that they give us here is the same test being run on PCs that have this. They're not skewing the data there. I don't think that there's any claim, maybe there's more. I get nothing from fucking tech, what was it called? TweakTown? TweakTown gives us nothing. But as far as I know, there's no tweaking going on here. You don't tweak this, there is no tweaking. You get a score based on the performance while the single core test is running on your computer. It is sent back to the website user benchmark. There is no tweaking done here. Where there would always have to be tweaking is in how do we rate these various figures when we put them together and try and determine how we're going to establish a, top 10 list, how we're going to establish a list of the fastest CPU to the slowest CPU. You have to do some kind of balancing here. And you have to make a decision, and it's going to be a subjective decision of, how important is single core? How important is dual core? How important is quad core? How important is 8 core? How important is memory? And also how important is fucking things like this, the how many threads are in there, the modernness of the technology, the how long it's been out, whether it's got a faster base frequency. Probably there's statistics for deciding which CPU is the fastest and how to rank them on a number system are based entirely on this, but you always would have to choose how to weight all this different information and then decide how to sort them. Their choice to give multi-core 8-core processing just 2% of a value is not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. The number of things that you can do, if I could just scroll to where you guys can the number of things that you can do on your system, the number of applications that will actually take advantage of 8-core, of beyond quad-core processing are rare. Few, far between. I use it. And I'm a big fan of AMD, and I want multi-core, and I want all those threads and stuff because I do, video editing, and I render videos. And that's a process where you can have all those cores going at the same time. But in terms of applications that 99.999% of the buying populace will use, you're not going to get benefit from 8-core processing on anything that you use. When you start talking about gaming performance tends to come from single core performance. A lot of games, the bulk of games out there are just going to be single core, and some virtualization of threading and things will happen across multiple cores if you've got it, but it'll be single core as virtualized across, multiple cores, but it's still single core processing. The best that I know of in terms of games being able to use multi-core processing is quad core. And quad core is what, according to that article, User Benchmark is using as 58% of their score. And then, wait, did I read that right? I got that right, don't I? Quad core, 60% of tests quad core, and now it's 58. Single core is 40%, and up from 30%. Quad core and single core. That is what you can make use of on your computer. And considering that most people in the market who are going to be building a computer, who aren't just going to go out and buy one, but who would be on a site like this looking and trying to compare, different pieces of hardware, are probably building so that they can play games, it is a pretty reasonable, it's maybe a little bit more than I would have done, 2%, just 2% for 8-core, but it's reasonable to say that the most important things here are single core for gaming and quad core for gaming, but for other things. You can use quad core. There are applications that are optimized for quad core, including some of the gaming. That makes perfect sense. That is a reasonable thing to think about. And if you are buying for the purpose of workstations, for the purpose of servers, rack mount, things like that, then you are going to know, as someone or you'll find out if you don't know, if you are planning to build a rack mount, a server, a workstation for editing, you know that you need the multi-core. So in terms of having a figure that would always have to be, figured out, you'd always have to decide how you're going to represent it in order to create a list that goes from the top to the lowest and ranks each one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and look at how things are nowadays, huh? They were saying last year that the top X number of chips were all Intel, the top 5. The first AMD appears at 28. They may have actually made their numbers even more skewed toward single core and quad core, or I don't know what they're doing right now. But the first one on this list shows up 28th before it gets a score on here. So, But that is a reasonable consideration for the things for the target market who's going to actually be using this site and who would be looking at comparison values. Those are the things that they need to know. Now, I would not recommend anybody coming to this site and doing this and being like, ooh, what's the fastest? and just like picking out your CPU based on, okay, Core i5 9600K is the cheapest and the fastest. I'm just going to buy that. That's a good place to start, is to say, okay, well, what is fast about that? Let me look into that. Let me see like what people were comparing it to in the AMD and things like that. You can start there, but where I use this site and where I would recommend using this site is for these cross comparisons. Because what you need to do is just scroll down, that apparently Shannon doesn't know how to do. You scroll down instead of just like, oh, well, this one's listed as number this and that one's listed as number that. You scroll down and you get this cross comparison of single core to single core, dual core to dual core, quad core to quad core. That, I should have done it. I have to do it backwards in order to match because it's left to right. It's a reverse image on the camera. That is where you look and you get to see what the real world like performance is. Now, Insights actually brought up a good point that Shannon didn't bring up at all. They should have hired Insights. Like a reasonable criticism of User Benchmark is that their software is old. Their benchmarking software is old. It's been around for a long time, which is why they've got so much data for so many different CPUs out there. If they change their software, if they update it to be like a better test, to make more use of modern technology in the ways that they were built to be, like if they update that code, then all of their data, like they can't mix those two results because you've got an old test and you've got a new test. You might be able to add new tests on, and then find a way, you'd have to subjectively find a way to weight that. But if you change the testing, then that invalidates that you can't just throw those results into this data pool and it still be accurate. So that being the case, the benchmark, the benchmarking processes that they are using in user benchmark software could be out of date and maybe not completely reflective of, the best tests that there are, today. That said, I'm going to give User Benchmark the benefit of the doubt here that when they did make this software, and as long as it's been running without being updated, that it's simple tests, that they kept it simple, stupid, that they didn't pack 3D mark, that they didn't pack a full benchmark suite in there. They're doing, simple, repetitive mathematic, like operations that simulations of a workstation, simulations of documents, simulations of game rendering, simulations of not getting too complicated so that their data will reflect the things that happen on a computer always. The idea of having new technology that implements things that are completely new, like you don't tend to get new commands in the architecture, shit, I'm having a brain fart right now. The base level of all code, machine code. Fuck is it called? That doesn't change. The NOP, no-op command you don't update the no-op command in 2020. You don't change the way that, and if you were, it's still going to be the same command. Like those commands are what gets accessed by this code to run these things. If they change the way they function, then that changes the way they function. So there is a reasonable criticism there in terms of user benchmark. It's something to keep in mind. Like, is this still up to date? Does it, function? That kind of thing. But I'm gonna hope that their software is written at a very fundamental layer, where it's not trying to get complicated. Where, yeah, maybe their software doesn't take advantage of when it's testing, the GPUs, like the newest reflection models and things that NVIDIA has recently come up with for, ray trace kind of thing, because it doesn't have that power, or that doesn't have that command in it. But it's still going to give you good generic numbers that you can trust for its generic power, for its generic ability to do everyday tasks. You were right, Pawnee, but I'm here and I got beer. Thank you, guy called Jim. All right, I missed a cheer earlier. The New York Times really fucked up today by not investigating Pizzagate at all. Fox News. And Insights cheered, bye everyone, I'm heading off for an emergency work call. Hopefully I'll get back before the end. Thank you, Insights, for the insights. And Noah Cross saying, funny, you should mention it because Intel just added new commands and Linux creator, criticized them for having the wrong priorities. They added new, not like fundamental commands, did they? Are they changing the fucking structure of computing for 40 years? Timing signals and shit like that? Yeah, they did. Wow. But importantly, okay, still, Still, the code that is written here is not assembly. Fucking god damn it, my brain. Thank you, Milgrips. You pointed it out, and I had to catch up with it myself, but it's not assembly. It's going to be a higher level language that gets translated down to assembly. So if they change the way that the assembly works, then the high-level code will just point you to the assembly commands. It'll go to the place on the chip where that command used to go, and it will be routed to whatever their new circuitry is. You know, those commands are that low level. So, again, didn't change, just added. Okay. Intel's 10 commandments? Linus Torvalds is my spirit animal. Did you ever read his emails on Spectre and Meltdown? I only code in binary, says no. But yeah, so that's a more valid, that is a valid criticism. Tweaktown today gave us no valid criticism whatsoever. They gave us a completely empty, vapid, vacant, libel, you could be sued for this article that says absolutely nothing while, plagiarizing the work of other people. But, giving credit to it, which is not how that, you don't, just because you give credit to it doesn't necessarily mean that you can use it, but maybe you can here, I don't know. But they offered absolutely nothing, no arguments. Insights LG, however, here in chat, gave a pretty good argument for why you might want to be concerned with user benchmark. Maybe there are more reasons. Maybe there's more information out there. Maybe there are people who aren't Shannon, what's his name? Shannon Robb, who actually can, put words together and make an argument without just insinuating and implying things and then saying AMD is the shit, yo. But if those are out there, I haven't found them through Shannon Robb's article. And, if they are out there, then let's hear them. But don't fucking read Tweaktown and Shannon Robb and think that you're getting any information whatsoever. This is one of those things that jumps on the bandwagon to try and create a little bit of a, clickbaity meme kind of title that people come to. And that's so much of the information out there. And so you've really got to be a critical reader. When you see shit like this, when you see a title that has a question mark at the end, that's clickbait. They're not making a statement. They're not reporting anything. This is clickbait. Question mark at the end, almost, it's fucking clickbait. It is. 100% of the time. So know that when you're clicking on the article, and then read the subtitle. And if they say something that user benchmark has changed their rating because of reasons, and the reason is Ryzen is too fast, and that figure is in quotes as though someone said that, and then you get to the end of the article and no one has said that, and you find out that phrase came from the last line of the author in their own article, that they quoted themselves in their article, in their subtitle, in order to mislead you into thinking that it was a fact and not just their statement of opinion. Don't ever trust or read this person again. They don't know how to do this, okay? Don't. Make them earn it from then on, because this isn't a journalist. This isn't someone who you can trust. I don't know what else Shannon Robb is written, but based on this alone, no, you don't. You have nothing backing you up, Shannon, and you don't know how to write. Sorry. But now you know, and maybe User Benchmark, will sue you for the money that you owe them for having this on the internet for a fucking year, unqualified statement that is a declarative statement that is, factually incorrect. But anyway, so that's rant number one. That's rant number one. I haven't opened Kerbal Space Program yet, friends. That is rant number one, and we've been here for an hour and 5 minutes. Please, when you are reading anything that looks like an article, that looks like a, proper website with an article, you pay attention to it. Pay attention to how they write, what they're saying, and ask yourself, are they just saying things? And it's okay if it's an opinion editorial piece, and it's made clear that it's an opinion editorial piece, but if they're mixing in facts that they stole from somewhere else, and then just throwing out conclusions that don't actually come from those facts, that's bullshit, is what that is. Be careful, because that is basically 90% of our world now, is people who just say things. And it's a little bit different when I come on my live stream, funny, jokey man, gonna play some games and shoot off at the mouth while I'm smiling and laughing and cracking wise and stuff like that. than when you put something in text in a very serious and straightforward tone with a label, and that gives you that you're trying to claim credibility in every word that they put in that fucking article. He's claiming his own credibility to qualify and disqualify journalists as he sees fit. He's calling you a novice user if you use user benchmark, and saying experienced users like myself, not saying that, never use user benchmark. All of these qualifiers that he doesn't back up at all. He's claiming credibility all throughout the article while giving you nothing to back it up. Be careful when you read articles online, in the newspaper, in a magazine, when you read fucking government printed documents. Be careful. Go on 0646 cheering. What's rant 2? Asking for a friend. Rant 2 is about the city of Detroit and my tax bill. And I think what we'll do is we'll take a live stream break, and we will come back to that rant. We will come back to that rant while we play Kerbal Space Program. Or at least I'll open it up and start talking to you about this, because I do this rant every year. It's a fucking festival of lights. It is a holiday around here. Tax day in Detroit. I have the same fucking rant every year with a slightly new story. Every time it's just a little bit different, and it's still fucked. If you've been here last year, the year before that, then you'll know where this is going, but you won't know the twist. Stay tuned for the twist. How did Detroit manage to fuck up their tax collections this year? Find out. You stole my burp from me. It would have been such good punctuation. Find out 7 minutes from now when we return from this live stream break. I'm going to go towel off because it's fucking hot in here. Turn the ceiling fan on. Pulling that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Bowen, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Bowen live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bowen. I promise you we're going to play some Kerbal today. In fact, we're going to play it, very shortly. I'm going to actually open the program, get it started up. It is rant day. It's in the title. It's multi-rant. Many, many rants to go off on. You're fucking early. I am fucking early. But, I haven't said anything. I've pulled a Shannon Robb, haven't I? Lots of words amounting to nothing. So I apologize. Shannon, I don't know where he stands on it. Probably in court soon, once User Benchmark realizes that they could sue for that, and why not? And we did hit our sub goal. Thank you very much to everyone who gave a pile of subs today. Little magnets, mill grips, and people re-subbing. We managed it. Mill grips, huge 10 sub donation. Thank you so much for that. But along with that was the Light Guy 89 with the resub and KFR 8-bit subs last time. I don't know I think it was like right at the end of the stream or past, and little magnets donating subs, and I'm just scrolling, seeing what happened. I can't remember things that happened more than a couple of seconds. But music can shut up because we're about into Kerbal, and it's time for rant number 2, which is my taxes. And I'd love to show you this, but with the brightness of all right, let's see if I can't show you this. All right, I received this circular, this flyer from the city of Detroit this year, and I was like, oh, they finally did it. 2020, and they finally did it, folks, because it says they finally did it here. What did they do? The thing that has made me just paying my city taxes so much of a headache that each year I consider just not paying them at all. And I'm back to considering not paying them. But before we get there, look, this is what they did, finally. And it's going to be blurry because it's not going to refocus. But, you can now pay, where is it? It's this finger? Right there. You can now pay by e-check on the web at detroitmi.gov, selecting the pay tab. There is no fee for e-check payments. They did it! They joined us! In the year 2002, maybe even 1998, they joined us. You can pay the city of Detroit's taxes without having to go, and I have to like go and buy the one personal check that I write. They don't accept money order. I don't think they accept money order or cashier's check. I could be wrong on that, don't quote me there, but I think it has to be a personal check. I have to go and buy a single personal check from my bank every year because, you know, it's the year 2020. I don't write checks. Only my grandmother writes checks. But, you know, so I haven't been able to pay it every year. The first year I was here, I was like, really? You can't? No, I think the first year I was here, I didn't, Jesus Christ, Kerbal's music is loud in my headphones. Let's start the game. Start the game. The first year that I was here, I think... No, I did. I did. I got it. Here's what happened. I filed my taxes like the day before, and then I was like, but wait, I finished on TurboTax, and I didn't see that I filed my city taxes. Shit. I need to file my city taxes. TurboTax didn't offer me to file my city taxes with it, which it now does. So it's not weird that I was confused. Why is my city taxes not on there? It now supports it. It now does it. But yeah, I was like, I don't think my city taxes were filed. So I had to go and get a form and fill it out and, you know, do things. And then I sent in, I had to go down to the library, okay? I had to go down the library because I didn't have a printer hooked up in that first year. And have them print out, because they didn't have it, the form, and I've got them here. They actually mailed them to me this year. Oh my God, the form that they send you, that you fill one of these things out. I don't want to show it to you because it's probably got my information on it. Yeah, it's got some of my information on it. But the form, little slip, little bottom of a slip, the little thing that you send in, you just rip it off of there. They didn't send one to me, and the library itself didn't have a way for me to pay the city of Detroit. Like, you'd think, you know, along with the tax filing documents, maybe you have a copy of the stubs that you have to send in with the fucking payment. No, they didn't. They had to print it out. The people had to, like, it took them a minute to go online and figure out which form it was, because no one had asked them, what? You want to actually pay the taxes? No, you can file them here. They had to go print it out. I paid them a dime, and then I rushed down to the post service in order to, like, put a check in the thing and then put a stamp on it and took it to the window so that it would get stamped as the day of, because it was the day of that I paid it, because I figured in 2016 that would have been that, you know, we'd be accepting debit transactions from the bank like the federal government and the state government do. City of Detroit didn't do that. Next year, didn't do it. Next year, still didn't do it. And last year, I actually, like, I wasn't prepared. I waited until the last minute, and I was so fucking sick of it. I just didn't make the effort, and I didn't actually pay them on time. I filed my taxes on time. They got the file, but I couldn't pay them because they don't accept payment, except in like chickens and horses and gold doubloons and, you know, old gold found at the bottom of oceans, and pigs and chickens, you know, just farm animals and things. I already said pigs and chickens, but, you know, that's what they deal in, you know, paper currency, which they don't accept. No, written checks, which... So, didn't get it done. Eventually so I figured, well, I'm not going to pay it until I find out what the fee is for the fact that I was late. They sent me a thing saying, you didn't pay your taxes, there's going to be a $100 charge plus interest. And I wrote them a letter, because there is the ability to, within the first 30 or 60 days of getting that notice, you can, like, say, I appeal that decision. No. And I sent them a letter saying the reason I didn't pay is because you guys don't fucking accept electronic checks, and what the fuck, what year is this? And I really laid into them. And they replied with a standard form letter saying, okay, we have forgiven the $100 charge. However, because you're 2 months late now, because it takes them a while to respond as well, you do have the interest on the money that you didn't pay us. So for this year's taxes, I would have had to pay them the interest on the interest. Because that's kind of how that works. It's not interest on interest, but that's basically how it feels. Because I paid them entirely what I owed them, but they had tacked on 2 months of interest for the fact that I couldn't pay them because time had passed. Because they don't accept electronic payments. Because they don't accept debit cards, bank transfers like the federal and state government do in 2020. So I went through that whole process, but because I ended up sending them just what I owed them, as opposed to what I owed them plus the interest, because I didn't know at the time what the interest was going to be, I carried the interest, which meant this year I was going to have another $12 on top of what I owed them, which is about $85 this year in city taxes. No big deal. Ready and willing to pay it. Take my money! We can't! We don't have hands! So, again, I find myself in the position this year of the same thing. I'm going to get a letter from them saying you didn't pay your taxes on time, so it's going to cost you an extra $100. And the reason why I let it go this year and didn't mail it to them is because I got a flyer directly from the city of Detroit saying that you can now pay your tax bill online by just going to detroitmi.gov and clicking the pay tab, which I've got up here for you. This is detroitmi.gov. How do I pay? Pay, fines, bills, or tax. Okay? They do have the page. When you click on your income taxes for the city of Detroit, we're now off-site. We're no longer at detroitmi.gov. We're at michigan.gov. Paying city taxes, City of Detroit taxpayers. Okay, I want to pay my individual income tax. I click on that. Okay. I want to pay for the current income tax year, not 2014. I click on that, and it says that you can't. It says that it doesn't say that you can't, all right? This is one of those things where if a business were doing it, they would have to make this statement in their flyer with an asterisk after it, because what you can do is through very specific software that is not TurboTax, you know, the number one tax software that everyone uses, through very specific software, you can indeed pay them electronically while you file your taxes. Because in 2020, they cannot simulate this little piece of paper that's just this big, just that big. I don't want to show you what's on there because it's got my information on it. This big, that's got my address, my name, my social security with, you know, most of the digits taken off, City of Detroit, my account number, city code, and money. It's three things that I have to fill out. They can't simulate that online alongside an electronic payment to keep the same track as a piece of fucking paper in 2020. So it's a fucking lie. They told me that I could, and I can't. And because I trusted them, I'm again in the situation where I'm going to have to send them a letter saying, go fuck yourselves, you fucking assholes. Join us in the fucking 2020. Join us in the late 1900s and accept fucking transfers direct from the bank account, accept credit card payments, have a gateway, do all of those things. If you want to be paid, act like a business. But, you know, Amazon can't say, oh, we don't accept fucking money. What are you talking about? No, send us a check. We don't accept credit cards, debit transactions. What, are you crazy? A real business can't do that. A hot dog vendor can't do that. You gotta be able to accept fucking credit cards with a goddamn swiper on your iPad if you're gonna run a goddamn peanut vendors at a Cub Scout meeting. But the city of Detroit, no. So that's where I stand right now, and the fact that they just make it harder and harder, and now they're sending out misleading documents and information to people who live in Detroit, telling them, hey, we finally updated, when you haven't, is just it's the layer of you'd already have your money if you just made it easy. I wanted to pay you, I tried to pay you yesterday, you wouldn't accept it. You'd already have your money. Now I'm sitting here thinking, what the fuck do I get for my city taxes anyway? I pay my house taxes. When I pay my house taxes, I'm paying for trash collection. That's on my tax bill. It is on its own line for my houses. So I'm paying for my trash collection that I get, paying for my own goddamn electrical. I'm paying for my own goddamn water, which actually, and my electrical isn't provided by the city of Detroit. That's DTE. My water is provided by the city of Detroit, the Detroit Water Service. And when I had to get water hooked up to this place, I had to go down to the office and sit there for an hour and a half to be told that I didn't have the right paperwork, to walk over to another building and sit there for a half an hour to get the right paperwork, to come back and sit again for another hour so I could get to the front of the line. The reason I had to go in instead of calling and finding out what paperwork I needed in the first place, which I tried to do, is because you cannot call them because no one picks up the fucking phone! 55 fucking minutes I sat on hold with the hold music, and then I hung up. And that was after, I believe, I called once before for about 25 minutes, and it hung up on me after sitting on hold for 25 minutes. You can't get through to them. They don't answer the fucking phone. The people who are supposed to be running it. So my question is, what service do I get in the city of Detroit that I'm paying the taxes for, and what penalty can you possibly impose on me for just saying, fuck you, and I don't pay them? Huh? Because I'm pretty sure most of the people in the city of Detroit don't pay their individual taxes to the city of Detroit. My house, I pay for the taxes to the county of Wayne. I don't need to pay the city of Detroit for my house. My house is mine. I pay my taxes on my house separately from this. You're not taking my house. What do? Huh? You gonna levy my income? I'm my own employee. So I don't think my boss is gonna let you levy my income. It's not gonna happen. What are you gonna do? Huh? Send police out? Well, here's a part of my complaint. Along with, I can't call the fucking water department. I already have paid you for my fucking trash collection. Here's a little complaint that I have. When I have called the police because there was a man outside the building shouting at my windows because the woman who he'd been beating had fled from their house, run to me, and asked if I called the police, they did not come. And when that man showed up in front of the house, started yelling at the windows, and I called 911 again and told him he's outside shouting at the windows, they did not come. And when a half an hour later I called them after having stepped out into the road armed and scared him off, having had to confront him in the street in front of my house, recalled 911, told them that update to the scenario, they didn't come. And that is just the beginning of a 7-day nightmare that you can look up on my channel on YouTube and get more information about what happened that resulted in me having to fight the man and decide whether or not to kill him in my own kitchen when he broke in after breaking all the windows out of my house out because the police don't fucking come. So if when you call 911, you either get a busy signal or you get someone who does not prioritize your shit and never sends the cops out, and then the cops come and they don't do their fucking job, which is another part of that story that I won't get into. What fucking services do I get for paying my City of Detroit taxes, which you make me jump through flaming goddamn rings to pay? Because you can't be bothered to do what the state and the fucking federal government has been doing for decades in accepting direct debit-to-debit fucking bank transfers. You want me to go the extra mile for you. Fuck you. I'm not getting anything for it. You're not giving me anything for it. Nothing. I don't have basic fucking services. And you can't really get away with that in a nation founded on the statement, no taxation without representation, can you? It doesn't really work out that well. When your forefathers fought and died over being taxed without getting anything for it. Having to do everything themselves. Until they got slaves. I'm not saying our forefathers were good people. I'm not saying this country was built well or anything like that. I'm saying it's really hard to get away with that, isn't it? Really hard to get away with that. So why should I pay you when I get nothing and I can see no real-world ramifications for me not paying you? You'll send me a bill every year that says you still haven't paid us, and I'll go, yep. City of Detroit also has a history of doing tax forgiveness, income tax forgiveness and stuff like that to try and let people get caught up. So, once every decade or two, City of Detroit will just decide amnesty on taxes. If you pay your taxes this year, you won't be charged for your last year's taxes, stuff like that. Which makes all the other taxpayers feel real good about actually keeping up with their taxes that, eventually everybody who didn't pay them, It's basically they fuck the system every way that they possibly can. Make the people who are paying feel bad about the fact that they're paying because everybody else gets away without paying, and then you can't actually pay them, and then you don't actually get anything for it. Just every way that they could make this process completely useless and impossible to deal with, they've nailed it. Run upon the answer is obvious. Kill the person, then the cops will come. Well, and that brings me to a side rant, which is not really a rant, but I did want to bring this up in our what we call the bourgeoisie chat in on the Discord server that we've got, discord.ronanpawn.com. I think we'll link you there. You can pull a link by hitting !Discord in chat on the Discord server in the bourgeoisie chat channel, which is reserved for Patreon supporters and subscribers. Germasian linked a news story from Detroit where a homeowner shot two men who were climbing a power pole behind his house, trying to steal power, and knocked out his electricity in the house. And when the electricity went out, he grabbed his gun, rolled out the back of his house, and started firing and hit both of them, apparently, shooting with a rifle, a small rifle that he had. And the story is that those two men were shot and injured, and the homeowner is under arrest for having opened fire on people out back his home, tampering with his home's electricity. And I'm of two minds here, because one, you don't fucking open fire on people who are fucking with the utility poles, all right? You do not bring deadly force to that situation on a moral ground as well as a legal one. There's no reason for deadly force. If you've got a gun and there's two of them out there and they're fucking with the power, they just knocked your power out, you can run out the door and you can yell, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing there?" Boom! Fire off into the sky, straight up. Because otherwise those bullets, they do come back down if you fire sort of in a direction, straight up. You could fire into the ground. You could fire a warning shot, and that's probably going to scare them off. So, I cannot agree with what he did. At the same time, here's my problem with this article. Okay? Here's my problem with not the article, not the coverage of it. Well, I do have a problem with the coverage of it, but that's neither here nor there. My problem is that in America, due to recent Supreme Court rulings, the police, everywhere in America, no matter where it is, the police have no obligation to uphold the law. They have no obligation to come when they are called, and once they're there, they have no obligation to do their jobs in any particular manner. There are obligations that they have under very specific rules about you can't harass people, you can't racism, you can't target, there's things like that. But in terms of your job as an officer is to do this in this situation, they don't have to do it. And the Supreme Court says that you can't sue them if they decide not to do what is definitely their jobs, leave, and then there are ramifications because they left you, standing in the wind with danger outside your home. You cannot sue them. You cannot sue the city. You cannot recollect money, is where the law stands right now due to Supreme Court rulings. In order to preserve and indemnify the state and to hold with long-standing laws that say that the state has that kind of indemnity. And here's the small problem with that, Supreme Court. If the police have no duty to do their jobs when called, how can you have a duty as a citizen to call them? We have the obligation to call people to see if they'll take care of it. Just flip the coin. Are you going to do something about it? Nah, we don't feel like it. But we have the obligation to call. We can't defend our own homes by whatever force that we feel is necessary in the situation, as this individual did, and they were very wrong in opening fire and actually hitting people with their fucking weapon when they did. When they're just, up a pole trying to do it. They were probably going to kill themselves anyway. Just call DTE, because you're going to need your power turned back on, and then call the morgue, because there will be two bodies out there fucking around with live wires trying to hook up free electricity. They were probably going to kill themselves anyway, first off. But, despite that, the fact that he's under arrest and all that kind of stuff, it's fair, it's reasonable, but it's not, because when you call the police, they don't have an obligation to do anything about what you called them about. So if he had called the police, they came out, didn't do anything left, then could he shoot them to death? And he didn't shoot anybody to death, but he wounded both of them, apparently. Then can you shoot him, Supreme Court? What are exactly the rules here? What is the situation, especially in a city like Detroit, where when you call the police, it's not just about whether or not they're willing to do their job when they arrive on scene. It's about whether or not they ever show up. I have had friends who live in the city of Detroit. I've had my own experiences. I can talk about them at length for hours. But I have had a friend in the city of Detroit, moved in. He is just inside the boundaries of Detroit. Almost Hamtramck, one road off of being in Detroit. But he was in Detroit, so when he calls 911, he gets Detroit police, and he can't call Hamtramck police. They had a break-in. Two guys climbed onto the roof of their house, pushed their way in through the windows in the attic, came down into the house. He was out of the house, but the woman who he was renting from, I think she had she either owned the house or she was the primary leaseholder, and he was subletting from her. He was renting a room in the house that she was renting or owned. She was at home in bed asleep in the middle of the day because she worked night shift. As he tells the story, naked under her covers. These two men climbed down from the attic, came down into the main house, started pushing around looking for what they were going to steal, walked into her bedroom. She, jumped up naked in her bed, screamed, scared the two guys off. Like, they bolted for the door and went, oh, shit, somebody's here. And then she called the police immediately, gave them a description of the two men, and said they just left the house. And the police didn't come. They never came. They never came. They didn't come the next day. They didn't come the day after that. They didn't come the day after that. They never came. Two thieves broke into her house through an attic window. They had a description. They knew the location. They knew that they'd be on foot and running. They didn't come. And they actually never came to follow up and check it either. So, dear Supreme Court, the fuck are you saying? If the police department is not accountable for their actions or inactions to the people whom are harmed by their actions and inactions, then how can there be rule of law at all? How can you expect citizens to not take the law into their own hands when that is the case? Especially in inner city environments, especially in cities where response times are ridiculous and sometimes the cops just don't come at all, especially in places where racism may mean that the cops just don't, 911 doesn't give a fuck, they think you're joking when you call. These are stories that have happened in Detroit and other places across the country. This is the real world that we live in. Now, in your fancy little legal documents, you may be able to, ring it together and say, well, they need to have the indemnity in order to do the job because they have a responsibility and the taxpayer can sue them for what they didn't do, then yada, 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 and this precedent and that precedent. But at the end of the day, the rule of law has to be established in the hearts of the citizenry. How can you maintain the concept of rule of law to people in poverty situations in inner city environments like I live in, where the police just don't come, as well as maintain the law in more rural environments where you tend to see people who just want to take their guns out and uphold the law themselves anyway? How are you going to stop those two groups from taking the law into their own hand when your laws say that the police don't have to actually uphold the laws as written? How does that work? Morally, ethically, and in practice. Because what you end up with is what you have right now, which is, gun fanatics. People who just love guns out there shooting people left and right because, they think of themselves as Bruce Willis in a fucking Die Hard movie and they're just waiting for the day they get to be the hero, pulls out their Glock. You got those guys out there, and then in poverty-stricken, post-slavery urban ghettos like Detroit, what you have is generations upon generations upon generations who have all been taught, but over and over again, that if you don't take care of your problem right now when it's in your face, it's going to come back, and there is no one to call in the midst of the night. When something bumps in the night and it's dark, you can't call the police. You think the police are coming? That's cute. You must not have lived here that long. Generation upon generation has been taught that the police don't do shit. So out here, you may not be a gun fanatic and enthusiast, but if you value your life, you shoot first and don't ask any fucking questions. And you leave the scene of the crime and hope that they don't catch you. Hope that they don't track you down. And in Detroit, they probably won't. Rex Skates gifting 5 subs to Lions8120, Mechanical Maestro, Sven I. Roth, Warehound, and Miragestrum thank you so much, Rex, for the subs. I'm ranting right now. You know how I like to stare into the camera and rant and just not hear the blings and blops. Take off my subs with related to the sub goals, says Rex Gates. Oh, they will. Oh, you want me to take those off of, like, the next sub goal or something? I mean, it's here. It'll be here. It'll be here for your contribution to this number will be here for a month. Thank you so much, Rex, for the sub donation. That doesn't mean that other people's won't drop off, but it'll be there. Hi, Ronan, what's the topic today, friend? Well, we've already gone through, 9 of them, but we started with shitty journalism, with Tweaktown and this article by Shannon Robb, who probably either Shannon Robb or if the editor put this line in, this line should get them sued by user benchmark because it's libel. So we talked about that and about watching your fucking ass when you're reading things online and paying attention that just in case they don't say anything and yet make claims that are actually just insinuations, that everything is just an insinuation, that they claim that someone else is, like, biased toward Intel, and then at the end they say Ryzen is just too fast, is the only reason for this, and then they quote themselves in their own thing as though someone else said it, and stated as though it's... Watch yourself when reading things online. We've talked about the fact that the city of Detroit still doesn't accept fucking tax payments in 2020, even after sending me a fucking circular that says we do. We finally do! In 2020, here's what's new! New for 2020! I read the list, oh good! I'll be able to pay them this year. After I file my taxes on TurboTax. No, you can't! It's a fucking lie! And it's a lie that's gonna cost, it's not gonna cost me $100, but it's a lie that I have to write a letter so that they don't charge me $100 for, and then it's gonna cost me interest on the fact that I couldn't pay them the day that I wanted to pay them when I was there. Take my money! We can't! We don't accept electronic payments like we say we do in the fucking flyer. And we've talked about the Supreme Court and its decisions, 2 of them actually, over the course of the past, 3 or 4 years that have made it so that police departments are not responsible for doing their job, and how that leaves the citizens of America in an interesting situation where you are expected at law not to take the law into your own hands, but to call the police, but the police have no obligation to uphold the law or to come when called. But you can't take the law into your own hand, but they don't have to do their job. And if them choosing not to do their job or not responding in an adequate period of time causes you injury, financially, physically, loss of life, loss of home, property, whatever, they are not responsible for it. But you are responsible to call them. It's like people don't understand where fucking violent crime figures come from. You know? They come primarily from poverty-stricken areas where the police either cannot or do not deal with crime. And that's why you get so much violent crime, because you're trained throughout your life, throughout your days and nights, living in those areas where you do not have security of law, where you do not have police that you can call, where you do not have responsive emergency services, that the only way that a threat upon your life or your property is going to go away is if you make it go away. And if you don't make it go away completely, if you just scare it away, it'll be back tomorrow. If you just injure it away, it'll be back next month. The reason there is so much violent crime and deaths, in particular in impoverished inner city areas, is because there is no safety, there is no security, there is no one to call. It's not that the police aren't being called, it's that they have been called so often that the people living here know that it's of no use to call them. It's of no solution. Even if you call and get the guy who's a problem for you arrested, he'll be out on bail in a week and he'll come and he'll fucking kill you, and then no one will be held responsible for that. You'll just be dead. And killed, fucking change states and never be prosecuted for it. Or he'll be prosecuted for it, and what the fuck does that matter to you? You're dead! I cannot believe we're in that situation. When the shit that went down at my house went down at my house, I tried to call so many different lawyers. I tried to contact so many different agencies thinking, surely somebody will take this case. I've got a fucking airtight case of police negligence on a scale that they repeat it over and over and over again, 3-4 times over the course of a week. They do nothing about them. They leave, they try and convince a woman on the street who's just been beaten not to press charges so they don't have to do their job. Psychological manipulation. Then they leave without doing their job. He's still there. The problem arises the next day. We call again. It leads to him fucking breaking into my house. They catch him. And then they forget who he is and let him out the next day. And then he's back at my house. I have to fucking flee my house, go buy a shotgun, come back ready to kill him. And then they finally came out. I got lucky. Out of just sheer fucking habit, I decided fuck it, and also because, you know, my court case would have looked better if I called 911 ahead of time. So I called 911, didn't expect them to come, put one into the fucking chamber and wait. And they came. They came this time. And they finally took care of it. And it wasn't the 11th precinct. It was a fucking special agent who was... It was a special ops officer who had gotten sick of hearing the same fucking call, the same address, reading it in the documents over and over and over again. They didn't run warrants. They didn't do any other fucking job, and they did it over and over and over again to the point where I had to flee my home because they couldn't secure it for me, and then I had to come back with a gun so I could secure it. I had an airtight fucking case. They would settle for millions of dollars. No lawyer would take it. Why? Because the Supreme Court has recently made 2 decisions which basically make a police department completely immune from prosecution. Outside of harassment or targeting, racial profiling, things like that, outside of beating someone in your custody that you can prove, but for doing their job and being responsible for when they don't do their job, when it is gross criminal negligence, which it would have been in my case, Supreme Court has set it up so that no lawyer in the country will take the case because they assume they'll lose and they don't want to waste their time. I'll take your case, $300 an hour. That's the other way that it'll go. Yeah, you can always get a lawyer to take your case at $300 an hour, sure. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to Kerbal Space Program. Those are my rants for the day, and this is the city that wants my tax dollars, but makes it nearly impossible for me to pay them for the tax. I'm standing here with the money. Please just take the money. Allow me to pay you in a modern way that I don't have to leave my house. I'm fucking, I got chronic illness here that makes... You want me to go out and get a fucking this and get a fucking that and buy a check and mail it in? You motherfuckers just accept debit like the state and the federal government does. We do now. We do. Here's some flyers saying so. No, you don't. No, you don't! Fucking liars. Just make it worse. Make it that much more complicated. I am so... Right now, it's gonna be a month before I get the letter saying you were late on your taxes, here's the charge, but right fucking today, if I got that letter, I would say go fuck yourself. I'm not paying it anymore. I'm not gonna pay you anything. Go ahead and rack it up. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? If the police can't come when, there's a battered woman in my kitchen and the guy who beat her is standing on my fucking, standing in the shadow of my fucking doorstep, pretty sure you're not sending anybody out to collect my fucking taxes. And if you do, I'll blast them off the goddamn porch, because fuck you. You got time for that, but not for a battered woman. Not for a man who's taken her in. There's a House bill right now, the Police Accountability Act, which will finally make it a federal crime for cops to commit murder or manslaughter. Previous to that, it was left up to states to legislate and prosecute it, which they don't, by and large. Naturally, the GOP is blockading even that minimal bill. Yes, why would Republicans, party that is so mired in, how good it always was back in the day, why would a party that wraps itself in the blanket of, government should not be big and have too many powers, why would a Republican Party seek to limit the powers of the police force, the police state? Why would they be on the side of limiting police powers? An organization dedicated to the premise of governments being, at the whim of the people. being accountable to their local citizenry. Why would they want to pass a bill like that? Kenneth 1, hey Pawn, pay attention to chat. Rex wants his subs counted as negative, so the sub count should be at 148. Well, I can't change it. It's hard coded in. I don't press any buttons. I could raise it to 162, but we already hit it, Rex. We already hit it. Thank you so much, Rex. Thank you so much for the thing. But I can't pay attention to chat. I'm ranting today. It's what you showed up for. The police don't work enough to arrest you anyway. Yeah. But, you know, I'm pretty sure you can't arrest somebody for failure to pay taxes. We got rid of the concept of debtors' prisons quite a while ago. Refusal to pay taxes. I filed my taxes. You know, if you're not going to pay your taxes, make sure you file them anyway. Because if you file your taxes, the financial penalties are much smaller if you filed them but didn't pay them. If they catch up to you and find out that you should have filed but you didn't, all they have to do is put a signature on a piece of paper within 3 years of the day that you do that, and then and then they got you. And it'll be thousands of dollars worth of fines by then. But if you file your taxes but don't pay them, it's basically just a one-time penalty and then interest, and it's very reasonable. So file your taxes also, because if you do file your taxes but don't pay them, it's a lot harder for you to end up in jail. You know? A lot harder for you to end up in jail for it. Bet you'd find a lawyer who'd take the taxes case anyway. No, I wouldn't, because there's money to be made on their end there. But, yeah, ice cream is down. Is there something that we want to do in Kerbal Space Program today? We are at a point in this game where I have what I need to go to Duna. I mean, I probably had it like 3 live streams ago, but I feel like I'm there. We've done the moon. We've done Minmus. We've had a lot of fun on Minmus. We've had a lot of fun complaining at Minmus. We've had less fun at the moon, but we have complained at the moon. It's less fun. Just the moon is less fun in general, even when you're bitching about it. It just still doesn't do it for me. But at this point, like, I'm down to, there's really just kind of 3 things on my list, and the 3 things would be go to Duna, make some planes, have some fun with plane parts, because we haven't done that in this career mode at all yet, and just grind some little like contract missions that we've already got active, you know, like little interim stuff, you know, maybe we can have fun trying to get this done or that done, you know.
Game on. You need to build a boat to ferry 5 tourists safely.
Is that in here anywhere? Build a boat? I haven't unlocked boat parts. Little Magnus, thank you for the 300 cheers, and Frackle, thank you so much for the 3 gifts, the 2 gift subs to Rookie84 and Eumoria. Frackle, thank you very much. God, I get in such a habit when I'm ranting of just being like, okay, just keep talking. Focus on what you're saying, make your arguments, and you'll come back to the cheers. And then I get into a headspace where I've ignored them for so much that they almost slip right by me. Keep me honest, people. Keep me honest. I was AFK taking a photo of my ISS scale model I just finished. Okay. The whole first part of that sentence was just, you could say that you just finished 3D printing an ISS scale model. Which is fine. I'm going to need a live stream break before we actually do anything. Is there anything interesting in this list? 5 tourists want to land on Minmus and shit. It's no. And some of them get a fucking discount, which pisses me off. Oh, and some of them want to land on the moon and Minmus? Go fuck yourselves. I'm not set up for that shit. Rescue somebody from orbit of the moon. If we were going to the moon, we might do that. Position satellite in specific orbit of Eve. We could go Eve. Before Duna. I don't want to go to Eve. If I'm going to Duna, let me go to Duna. You know, Eve's the same thing, just the other way. I don't... Orbital station around Kerbin. Now, that's kind of interesting. Because we've got, like, these mechanical parts, you know? Not the robotics part, but we got mechanical parts. We got things that you can make rotate. We could make a spinning, you know, space station that you can gear up and have a rotating centrifugal, you know... You just imagine it doesn't really do anything. Land a probe on the sun, says Quap Gaming. Surely I've already sent a Kerbal to the sun. We've just forgotten about it. Where's Valentina again? Landing on Gilly can be a pain. I actually liked Gilly. I did like Gilly. I mean, yeah, it's not that it's hard to land on Gilly. It's hard to not come off of it very quickly. You can land there and then start floating away. Land there and start floating away. But the landing is easy. It's just the sticking. Sticking the landing. No judgment. I killed 128 SD card with a Raspberry Pi 4. We're all nerds here. Oh, okay. Had to tuck in legs and land on my engines. Really? Never landed on anybody other than Kerbin and the Moon, to be honest. Really? You gotta go to Minmus. It's so much easier. Land on Minmus. It's so much fun. But this is slightly interesting. Build a station around Kerbin, because it would be a design project, and we could try and do something that maybe had some kind of attachable rotating thing. But that's such a big, it's a long-term project, you know, because I don't want to cheat, and I don't want to bring something up that doesn't make sense. There's a certain threshold for that. Like, if it's fun, I'll fucking do it. But I don't want to bring up, like, if I had a rotating ring, if we tried to do a ring station, which is what everybody wants to do, I wouldn't want to bring the ring up just on its own. I'd want it to be, like, disassembled, and then you break the ring off, and you assemble it, and then attachment points, and it's a big, long build to do it that way. So that you could stick, you know, the pieces of the ring under a fairing and bring them up in a way that makes, that seems like, yeah, that's probably realistic. I would want to do that. But I don't think, it's just too big of a thing. Big, attachable, rotating thing? You mean a slingshot? No. I mean, you know, with a centrifugal ring that you get it up to speed, and then the Kerbals can walk along on the outside of it, and it's like they've got gravity, but they're just being thrown rotationally toward the. How'd you get a space station? I've never gotten one of those. Oh, yeah, a mission to build an orbital station. Just got to play long enough. I think we've seen others already. Science data from space around the moon. So if we were going to the moon, and we could try and do that. Wait. Rescue Didn't from orbit of the moon. I'm taking it. And science data from space around the moon, I'm taking it because that was what we were waiting for this contract that we already had, the Explore the Moon. It says go on an orbital spacewalk. We've already done that, but rendezvous 2 vessels and transfer crew between them. That was just a rescue mission waiting to happen, which means we do the rescue, we get all of that. It's doubling our money, maybe tripling our money on what we get out of that, and we can do it while doing the science data from space around the moon. And if we wanted to, apparently we could like take up a little satellite and do the temperatures. Well, it's just one scan. We could actually do that while we're doing it. It's just one scan. All of these can be done at the moon in one mission today. What else is in the list that I could do? Satellite in equatorial orbit of the moon. Fuck. Have we already done that? We've already got something in orbit of the moon that's got probes on it, the antennas and shit, right? We could put like one big... fuck it, I don't know. It's another complication. It's building a 2-part ship again, and it's not like we already have one built for Minmus and could just use that. We do have one already built for Minmus, where we picked up a stranded Kerbal in orbit of Minmus while dropping a communications satellite, and then we landed on Minmus and picked up a rock and came home.
Make sure you don't need to dock the 2 ships to complete the contract.
Ooh, good call. It says transfer crew and rendezvous. Park 2 vessels next to each other. Doesn't look like it's a dock. But good call to double check it. Thank you, Dramacian. We could try and do that too. I think we'll do that. It's basically a repeat of the mission, but at a much shittier place, which is the moon. The ship might already be built with enough Delta V, because that ship was built for like landing on Minmus and returning from Minmus. We just barely had enough to do it after we siphoned some fuel off of the guy who was landed on the ground. But, you know, it's going to be really close to being already the ship that we need. I think we do it all. I think we complete how many contracts? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 contracts in one mission. I'm going for a new record. 5 contracts in one mission in the ship that we will be using, or at least building off of, you know, augmenting as that is necessary, is our Minmus mission, which was the Combo Minmus mission. 25th ship. It's this one. This hold down shift pawn. This has a probe on board, with deployable solar panels and comms, and all of the science that we could possibly carry is tucked in here. In fact, not only do we have a Science Junior on there, we've also got a goo container on the top of it, embedded underneath the nose cone. We got the antennas on it, so that is a probe that we can actually strip parts off of to complete the probe mission, which merely wants us to build an unmanned that has antenna can generate, those are fulfilled, get an equatorial orbit, have a thermometer on it. And the thermometer is all we need to take that thermometer reading, which we could do with the satellite as opposed to our main ship. So, I think, anyway, right? It's a temperature survey at a place 8,400 meters near sector QKT. Yeah, so we could do all that with this and not take up the Science Junior, because, yeah, that's a waste. And we'll rip it off, we'll adjust it later. This was our lander that was bringing a lot of fuel and a lot of monoprop in order to refill a grounded craft that accepted monoprop. We wouldn't actually need the monoprop this time. It's at least not this much, because there's nothing to refuel down there. It had enough Delta V in it to, this whole stage, transferred us to Minmus, and landed, and came off and came home with a bit of a refuel for my guy. But this is all built, this is ready to go. It's a lander, and it doesn't need to be. So we could strip more off of it to get it to not be a lander. Or we could plan to land. Yeah, we plan to land. I don't fucking know. But I could do all 5 of these missions with this ship with just some minor modifications, if any at all are necessary, but we will modify it. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to do that after another live stream break. Because, you know, I've just given you too much. I don't want to, like, overload you on gameplay. Something we haven't done today. I've just been ranting. But hey, it's going to happen occasionally. It's me. I'm going to take 2 hours to just rant and talk, and then we'll actually play the game. But yeah, we can use that ship. Is your actual name Ronan? Sure. Call me Pawn. That's all we need to know there. That's just a stage name that he uses when he strips, and when I'm here, which I guess is when I strip. That's this. We do that as a closer. If you stick around till later, with just a little bit of a, you know, what kind of music do you like, by the way? You know, some, like, what turns you on? Barry White? Everybody likes Barry White, right? You know, nice low sensual voice, yeah, kind of thing. You know. Or are you more into like, rock you like a hurricane, come on, and I do the spin thing and my legs are out straight, yeah. You tell me and we'll plan the floor show for later based on that. Right now, I need a break. It's very hot in here. We've been here for 2 hours. I have done nothing in the game, but we're going to start playing it. I'm done with rants. The rest of the rants in this live stream will be about when people point their fingers at you, and it's just really fucking uncomfortable, and Kerbal Space Program flaws in the design and or bugs that we encounter. But that will continue 7 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. Just go get like a drink or take a pee, grab a snack, come back here. You can do that. For I am the Ronin born. 7 minutes. Pulling that out. I'm the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul livestream. On twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. I love you guys calling out the late, and it's like, yeah, of course, because he was early. Yeah, I'm taking back the time that I'm owed. Fucking city, if I can't get it back from the city of Detroit, what I'm fucking owed, I'm getting it back from chat. Welcome back to KSP. We figured out the mission for today. I'm actually slightly excited for it. I mean, it's kind of a repeat of a mission we did at Minmus, but the ship is going to have to be modified, or it can be modified to lower the weight, get more Delta V, and we can do it better than we did it last time, maybe. You know? Maybe. You said no ranting. That wasn't a rant. Is that a mini rant? Maybe it qualifies as a mini. All right, fair enough. I didn't say no ranting. I said the ranting would be exclusive to Kerbal Space Program's many glitches and UI design choices and just shit that doesn't work still in the 1.10. They keep releasing fucking DLC and update packs and give us, hey, we gave you spacesuits. Yeah, what about, like, maybe making the maneuver nodes fucking work? How about that? Could we prioritize that? What about fuel transfers actually functioning? What about when you start a new game and you mouse over a clickable object, it pulls the focus out of the text box where you're trying to type the name to that? What about that UI glitch that you still haven't fixed? I said I'd limit my rants to that. That's all I said. Ronan Pawn, has the list expanded? It expanded during the mission, during our last mission. We were up to, I think, 39? Where's the... 38. We got 38, and there's a lot of subtopics here as well. Some of the areas are, you know, it's under one category, but it breaks down. So I'm approaching 50 probably at 38. 50 between bugs and design errors and misbalances, and this is how you could have done it. If you just pay attention, you don't have to change the whole fucking game either. You could do it now. You could just change, you know, you don't have to fundamentally undermine the architecture of the... It's okay, people pop. There will be a VOD. There will be a VOD at pawnlive.ronanpawn.com is where all the VODs get stored in perpetuity. The ones that happen on the Ronan Pawn channel are, we go live there, and they're stored until I get around to deleting them. You know, this like a month after, you know, whenever I get around to it, I delete them off of that channel because we got them stored at pawnlive.ronanpawn.com. Which is just a link that goes to that link. You know, it goes through my domain and bounces you to there. Well, infecting your computer with a nice little Trojan, I don't know. It's not how the internet works, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it is, but not here. So, modifications to this ship. All we need on this probe is a thermometer. That said, you know, if I leave all the science on this probe, it's still going to have a shit ton of Delta V. I believe the other one had, was it 1,100 or something? It's 1,600 meters per second of Delta V. Is that what's in that stage? Is this staged appropriately? And that's not even in vacuum. It's 2,000 meters per second of Delta V in that. No, that's that. It's you. Yeah, you don't fucking count Delta V for some reason. Let's reroute to here for the sake of maybe it actually registering Delta V up here. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. But we've got... But I fuck a Science Junior. It's a load. It's a load to be carried. I'd rather a comm satellite look like this. Like what this looks like. Yeah, and it's a... fuck. It's a load that I don't want to carry. Give me... Where do you want to... You want to... So I'm going to strip off of there. I'm going to strip off of there. That's what I want to throw away. No Science Junior. And I got so many other different, like, gather science missions that I can take with this. Ooh. We have enough science. Do we have enough science to unlock another tier? Because we could unlock a tier that gives me actually more science. Don't let me leave without doing that. I think we will do that. We'll see if there's a different kind of thing that I can stick in there, and then I'll have access to new kinds of science missions that they might ask me about at a later point. We'll have a satellite in orbit that's got a lot of Delta V on it that can maybe do them. The devs can't help with my unclean balls? Well, what are you gonna do? Noah is only ever actually here to talk about bot-related shit. No. He also talks about the things that he's printing on his 3D 3D printer. Oh, good, we broke the fairing. Oh, good. No, that is good because it's in my way, and I would have ripped it off myself. But so that's the probe, and fulfilling the contract for the probe is unmanned, antenna generates power. It does all of those things. I'll leave this open for now. We've got solar panels that come out. They can't be retracted, but this is going to be in the moon, forever, so I'm fine with that. We got the 2 of these comms things on it, which I'm okay with. It's very hard to figure out, like, where you would put the big one. And it would be behind. I could put the big one on. I could put it underneath this cap, and I could make it so that this cap actually bursts off. I could do a fairing instead of the nose cap and stuff like that. I don't want to. This is fine, especially for our purposes within Kerbin's SOI. That handles it, so we'll leave that as it is. But yeah, generate power, has an antenna, both of those. Has a thermometer and maintains stability for 10 seconds. There's a thermometer, and along with all our science, including the goo container underneath there, along with an extra battery. For the sake of transmission, I'm not carrying the Science Junior, so we should be able to transmit anything with that amount of power, shouldn't we? I think we're okay there. I'm not against throwing another small battery down by the fuel tank. Not against that. And then that'll give us more power for transmission. And we've got solar panels on this because this is an entirely different craft that's going to destage and do its own thing. But we've got a lot of monoprop on this that we were taking up for the purpose of giving monoprop to the guy on the surface of Minmus, which we did. We refilled him we almost topped off his tanks with what we brought him there. We don't need this much, but I would like to have some. It's so nice to control a craft, with mono when you've got it. So I'm thinking, for this one, I don't need as big of balls as I had last time. I could just have, just smaller. Generally speaking, I can bring the small balls. I could downgrade my balls to a more reasonable size. It's not going to scare anybody away. And that would be these balls, which, of course, because they're bigger, because they're smaller, they're bigger in the icon. That's how that works. Because they're smaller, they're bigger in the UI. Smaller things are bigger in the UI. I mean, that's petty. I might take it off later, but it is, smaller. No, that's caps locked. Smaller parts are bigger in the UI, and it's because they take less space. I understand why, but they're smaller. They're it makes the game harder to read. It is a UI issue that you and I should fix. And by you and I mean you should have done it better. So we'll just have 2 smaller balls here. Yeah, that's a reasonable size for my balls. Now, I turned off... in fact, let's tuck those balls in a little bit. Make them look like they've got more connection points than just that. If they're attached to the fuel, this probably doesn't need all that fuel. We'll get to that. But that's a reasonable size of balls for me. I'm trying not to actually react to my own balls to the balls thing that I'm doing. So in the stage for transfer, which is this, and it carries everything there, including the satellite on its liquid fuel, right now we're showing in vacuum 2,076 meters per second of delta V. If we can push this thing to orbit without spending almost any of its own delta V, just a little bit, just a touch, then by our delta V map, then we would be looking at we leave from here 860 to get there, 310 to circularize, so we need 1100 delta V, right? That's what it always is, Spawn. Why do you always do the math again? Well, because it's 860 to 960 to 1060 to 1160 plus 10, so it's 1200. 1200, remember that, 1200. It would be nice if they did little numbers here that was 1200 and then just told you what they combine to as you're going. Maybe even do the little things like in an architectural diagram that shows this is a number combining these two, this is a number combining these. 1200 delta V, or you could just do basic fucking math. But I'm busy talking ad nauseum. Let's see, Ronan Pawn, have you considered that all these little annoyances are actually just the Kerbals' preferences? Fuck the Kerbals. I kill these people left and right. You think I care what they think? Friendly reminder that I gave you Sims and then something else. I didn't. It scrolled off screen. I'm sorry, Jim. Missed it. It's a Lego. What's a Lego model? Oh, you made a Lego model of you 3D printed a Lego model of the International Space Station in 3D. That's neat. But you know, you're still talking about it on my live. Fine. And Greyhee, one of the later engine's parts, the mammoth tank, I think, is so small I can't find it 100% of the time, even when I'm using it every time. See? It's a design issue. It's not just me being petty. It's, you know, it's an issue. It's hard to fucking see. So 2,000 meters per second when we need 1,200 to get there is more than adequate. We do some maneuvers. We've got a little bit of monoprop to do the fine maneuvers, but we do some maneuvers, you know, to link up to them. We'll have a lot of delta V remaining to return. If it costs us, let's say 1,400 and we've got 2,000 in vacuum, 1,400, let's say 1,500 to get there. It's 500 to return. That's fine. From low moon orbit. From low moon orbit, that should be fine. Right? Is there anything else that I could take off of here? Well, you're fucking these things. They're just, I want them there. They look cool that they're there. But fuck me. I don't actually need it to like dock to anything, and it is just gonna come back with a Kerbal. So we could get rid of like that part of things. I like that part of things. It's already built together, it's ready to be used, why fuck with it? How are we gonna do for like lifting this thing now that we've dropped a little bit of weight from the payload? In atmosphere, which is what we're doing now, altitude at sea level. In atmosphere we have 2,180 plus 959, so we've got 3250, so we've probably got the 3,400 delta V we need to push it to orbit. Even after the fairing is attached, I know the fairing's going to weigh some and pull it back down, but because we're going to pick up delta V in Atmo, and we're going to fly it well, would be an idea. Tell you what, we don't need the landing legs. We're not landing with this. We're not, why would I land on the moon? I don't want to fucking land on the, I'm not going to build it for delta V, so that's more weight to take it off that we don't have to drag up. You guys being where you are is fine. Pika Pup gifting 5 subs is fine. Thank you very much, Pika Pup, with the Comp Wiz, Keemscape, Wasik Sop. Wasik Sop! Was I see Sop? I don't know. And Zavi Zeta the Leda. And No Muscles, all receiving gift sub. Thank you, thanks to Pika Pup. Thank you so much, Pika Pup, for your, we don't even have a good sub goal going in it. We're already beat it in your giving. Thank you so much. Everybody else, welcome to the Big Ship Club. Formerly the Big Dick Club. Welcome to the Big Ship Club. We had there were some lawsuits involved. Don't worry about it. I took care of it. We'll be fine. Center of mass on this thing probably changed when we changed some of the weight, but it'll be close enough with those being there for me not to really want to fuck with it. 2 antennas like that should be fine. Want to do some action groups before we leave, but we're not quite ready for that. Are we, though? Because it pushes it up. You know? It's a neat-looking ship. We know that it comes back. We know that it comes back just fine. Ooh, when it came back last time from Minmus, it certainly got hot. It certainly got hot because the ablator that we've got on it doesn't quite cover it, even though its standard means of connection is that. It's not. It's a landing vest. It's not really meant to return. But we survived it, and we survived it coming back from Minmus. This time we'll be coming back from the moon. If we survived it last time, we can survive it again. I don't think it needs to be changed. I think we might be good on this. Let's go. So 26. I'm gonna call this the Moon Duper because it's kind of a duped mission. Where once we did it on Minmus, now, comma, lamentably, we shall do it on the moon. Minmus was busy this weekend. Weekend. There we go. Got it. Nailed it. Boom. That's gonna be the Moon Duper. And it's not gonna need a mark because it's gonna fly perfectly. And then we would check the staging and other things, but before we get to that, before we get to the final pass on this, before we launch it, let's step out, now that I've saved it, into the R&D facility, and we will look to see if I can afford a tier that has another piece of science in it, and we can get some new science as we're a-going. You're going to do it on the moon. Don't we do it in the road down here at Spoil Sport Motors? Yes, we're going to do it on the moon. What's the double up audio clip from? It sounds so familiar. It's from a song that I'd never heard before, and it might be from like an independent artist that, you know, hasn't necessarily got nationwide attention. I literally was looking for something that said like double up for a certain video, and I found that song and made that little clip from it, and I liked it so much that it became our thing. Double up, double up. I like it. So yes, sciencey bits. Did we actually get a sciencey bit? And I'm just not bringing it up, and am I a fool? Ooh, we do have the better antenna. Maybe we should replace the two little guys on the... It's just gonna be up there for... And that's not... Two little guys are fine and appropriate for this mission. I don't need it. You're not... Where's the science? Science command modules? No, that's not... Do we have enough? We have enough to buy. Yeah. Not two, but one. I could have swore there was some science here. Is it out here that I'd have to go, actually? Because I can afford one of them. Fuel cells, giant electricity, gigantor solar arrays, a better probe in two different styles, and infrared telescope, surface scanning module, survey scanner, atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer. That is a science experiment. And the arm. I could get this right now. I could get that right now. And it would be the best use of my points. And then it would allow us to get a little bit more science as we went to the moon with a new piece of science. We could get it from a bunch of different places. Is it a one-time? It's rerunnable. It's a rerunnable thing, so no, it's not a one-time. Okay, I'm very leaning toward that. The only other thing that I would be concerned with is with, you know, this much science in our coffers right now. Wouldn't it be nice to buy, you know, some big engines and fuel tanks? It's just more engines, and dumplings. It's mainly some engines. I think I'm going to go for the scanning tech. I think it's interesting. I think it's cool. It will get us more science for it. Do it. Give me that. We made our first purchase into what I believe is called level 7 tech tier right there. Brilliant. Now back into the VAB, and we will strap that piece of science onto our ship somewhere. Perhaps onto both. We want one on each, maybe. Well, we don't need it on this one, just on the probe. It is a surface mount kind of thing, and I don't really have anything to weight it in the opposite direction, so we might bring two of them up just because it makes sense to bring two of them up. And if I recall correctly, it's kind of big. We need to buy into it because this is hard mode, so for $12,200 we get ourselves an atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer, and you can't really read it fully there, so a device for performing accurate fluid spectrovariometry scans of the surrounding atmosphere. Despite some criticism claiming that fluid spectrovariometry isn't a real science, Kerbal scientists seem to all agree that the data it provides is definitely interesting. Warranty void if exposed to air. Well, it's going to be exposed to air. You sold it to me in air. You fuckers. They got me again. Yeah, that's a big. Oh, is that a big, though? Oh, how big that big is. And it's a very small probe. The probe will look really fucking cool, though. If I put two of them on. How much do you weigh? 0.005 tons. You don't weigh any more than a fucking thermometer, brah? Brah. Brah, though. Brah. You and a thermometer. Brah. Hey, brah. Yo, brah. You probably do have atmospheric drag, and this is on the exterior of the ship where that is. I mean, what am I gonna fucking do? It's gonna look pretty goddamn cool once we're up there, though. It's gonna look like that's where the rockets are, but it's not. I think we go with it. You know, we deal with the drag. We have to spend a little bit of the Delta V. Maybe we don't get back. What are you gonna do? Ooh, okay. Making that kind of jokey kind of a comment actually reminded me something that we would like to be able to do in case we get where we're going and we find that we don't really have enough fuel that we couldn't do last time. Is wouldn't it be nice to be able to transfer fuel from this stage to the other across the engine, which was not a thing that we were able to before. But if I just had an attachment point somewhere, I'd like it to go straight down, but that this is kind of in the way. Let's grab you, offset, snapping, boom. Since we're on absolute snapping, it snaps to exactly the right place that's perfectly center. and then I move you to a place where you're not, penetrating, and then up here, if I move you out to where you're straight up and down by eye anyway, and then if I switch to this guy and move you out so that it doesn't look like you're over-penetratey. Yeah, that's okay. I think that's good. And that should allow us fuel transfer between these two. Now, because we do have fuel transfer between these two now, which would be shown by the fuel delivery overlay, yeah, it shows that we can transfer fuel through there. What I want to do is with this tank, I want to lock down the tank so that it won't transfer fuel out of there. It won't suck fuel from here for this stage. And then once we're, seeing what our fuel and Delta V reserves are looking like once we're up there, then we'll make decisions about whether or not to transfer fuel out of this, which has 2,000 friggin' Delta V, to this, which has also 2,000 Delta V, but needs to do a lot more. Well, I don't actually know how much this has. You could find out, Paul. Could I? How would I find out? Well, you're already routed to that part. So if I were to just break you off from there, drop it, you should tell me the Delta V. And you don't. Well, because the fuel tanks are now, what is it? 1,278. Oh, it doesn't have as much as I thought it did. Oh, but is that in vacuum? I don't think this engine changes too much in ISP. 1,500. In vacuum, it matters. It definitely matters. Close those back off again, so now we know. Knowing is half the battle. You. And then can I just reattach you and everything still looks like where it should be? I did, and it did! Hooray. So that's that. I think I can close this up then. We've got everything in there that we're going to want. Close you up. The probe is done, ready to go. We're still nicely attached from one to the other there. These are still connected. That's good. I want to get these looking the way that they, do before you've unattached, reattached. Fucking. So you, and then we'll attach from here. Alright, I'll actually get rid of those because they've got a weird rotation on them. I'll attach from here, like this, and then go up to you, and you won't attach to the place that I want, but these are literally decorative. Literally decorative. So 4 of those, they just look nice. I like the way that they look when they're in the right position. So if I get you, drag you up, drag you in, and then rotate you. Well, missed it a little bit. Gotta look at the one that you're not rotating in order to see what it's gonna look like. Perfect. Perfect. And then, actually, the local offset. I went up a little bit, down a little bit. Ah, you look fine. Ah, you look fine. Like, they're just there because I like the way they look. They don't need to be. We get transfer through there anyway. Save the craft in this current state. If I build the fairing back on, we basically should be ready to go, except for I want to do some action groups before we leave. Build fairing. Yeah, could you get out of the fucking way? Thank you. Build the fairing again. Come up to you, wherever you let me place it. If I go snapping, it's not going to make any difference on this connection point, but if I go to that, and then come straight up from there, yeah, and then come in from you, turn snapping off, I can go higher. Doesn't look like it wants to snap past those things. So, wait a second, was there a place where you were willing... What are you willing to attach to? It went blue for a second. I could close the fairing right there. It's not... No. No. Thank you, but no. Are you having trouble getting through this part? I think he's... Yeah, I think that's what the problem is there. So I might have to have a couple of different points to get it... Ooh. I don't know what you're attached to there, but you are sealed. I just don't know if the aerodynamics is going to count you as being sealed to something that is fucked. But you're sealed. Do we really have 5 moderators in chat today? We're going to need them. For the thousands who are going to show up when I launch... And then I think that's everything. If I'm wrong, shout loudly now so that I notice it a little bit later. But so we fire off, we drop the clamps, and we fire up our SRBs. How are SRBs in terms of TWR? 1.31. You could be a little bit higher. 1.33. I don't want to make too much speed with these. It's going to take them a minute to burn out. So 1.33 to start, fine. 1.41 on the liquid fuel stage, fine. So, yep, these fire the solid rockets, and then you fire up, and as you fire up, or you drop that as you fire up, and then the fairing comes off in space, and then we switch to this stage, and then we break the probe free, and then when we're coming home, we do that. The probe would be, when you break the probe free, that engine should be in that tier. Yep. Then you break that off when you're coming home, and then you pop your parachutes. That is correct staging, I believe. What was it I was just thinking? I was just thinking the last time that we flew this ship, these things almost clipped my engine off when the SRBs dropped. Everybody remember that? It didn't happen, but they were really close. If I had, you know, the decoupling, the little that you can fire up the engine that's just, or, you know, it snaps on, and I would put those on the tip of every one of these. I don't have those, so the other solution would simply be to move these a little bit further down the ship. Like that, and then maybe in relation to the ground. If I gotcha, shift, click. Shift, click. What are we doing? Shift, click. There you go. We just drag up a little bit more to make sure that when we drop it, it doesn't actually hit the ground. It doesn't bounce off the ground before it goes. It's about the best I can do for that issue. And I will drag these down just to make my OCD feel a little bit better, just because that looks righter to me. But yeah. Is that good? It's goodish. Gooder. I might drag you up a little bit too, because those are there. I know that countered, you know, but I went down further with the SRBs themselves, and I'm lifting this back up so that it actually looks like it's attached to something there. Okay, that's good. We're already happy with the way the ship looks. We've flown it before. The last little bit of something that I would want to do is some action groups. I would like on action group 9, which doesn't show here yet. Why doesn't it show? Oh yeah, wait, custom, translate. We had it before, why wouldn't it show? Is this gonna be another bug? Am I gonna add this in? We got a bug here, do I have to, like, attach to a different unit? If we drop you 4, and then we control from here instead, drop it, and then go back to the action groups. I don't get it. I don't get it. We were going to put things on 9 and whatnot. We don't have any brakes on this craft, so fuck it, I'll put it on here. What I want the action groups for is I want the antennas to toggle. So this will happen when we hit the brakes, and that will include the antennas that are on this stage. Where are the antennas on this stage? It would be you. You will kind of penetrate through the struts there, but god damn it if I can't care. So that's that for deploying you. Is there something else that I would want? Stage, gear, light. We don't have any lights on this thing. If I did abort, we're not going to have an abort plan, so if I had the abort button, and the abort button, in fact, that'd be kind of neat if the abort button, toggled whether you're open or not, right? And then it opens, and then at the same time, it extends the solar panels. But no, you put that in the action group, you idiot, right? But it extends this, that could be neat, right?
Hi, you like that? Is that okay? I don't know.
Should be fine. Any other action groups that need doing on here? I don't think so. So we've got abort and brakes. I don't like it being on abort, but hey, now we've got them. Now I can do custom. What the fuck is that? Custom action groups do not appear. Where's my thing? Here we go. We're up to 40. Custom action groups do not appear consistently. Must access another group first? Question mark? Because it might, maybe I'm not supposed to have those action groups at all at this tier. Maybe I haven't unlocked it and it's appearing. So there is a bug here somehow. One way or another, there's a bug in there. That's a moon duper. That's all of our action groups, and we're ready to go. I'm just going to check the staging en masse, because, you know, right before you launch, always check the staging again, even if you've done it 17 times. So, drop the clamps, SRBs fire. Drop the SRBs, liquid fuel fires. In vacuum, we drop the fairing, and then we drop the lower ship and fire up the transfer stage, and then we drop we detach, rather, with the U. You know, the U with the satellite, and then when we're coming home, with the Kerbal that we're going to rescue, we lose the bottom stage of our craft, pop both our parachutes, and we're out. Boarding a rocket after the stage is wrong. Think about the innocent probes you're killing, you murderer. That's an abortion joke. It took a minute to land with me. I am not a bot. I like to shit on the beach with my girlfriend and compute with my neuron. Why do you and your girlfriend shit on the beach? I don't understand. Listen, whatever you do in your own time, just don't talk about it on my live stream. Let's make sure there's nobody in the pod, because Jebediah usually likes to sneak on. There isn't, though. It is empty. We will be steering from that... Yeah, from that probe. You know? You feel me? With that, I think we're good. I think we're ready to go. Are we ready to go? We're ready to go. Let's launch it. 26 Moon Duper. It is hot in here today. Surprised I don't have pit stains, but it's probably because I'm completely covered.
$25 if you can complete all the 5 missions I won. Launch without any rant from liftoff to completion.
That's $25 I'm not gonna make. Thank you, little magnets. I'm not accepting those challenges. That's just no fun. We've immediately got science that we can take from landed on the pad. Atmosphere analysis. Temperature and pressure readings suggest today is as good a time for flying as any. If I take this, I can't get it out. Shit. I need the Kerbal on board. So once we get the Kerbal, I won't be, but I can transmit it? That's what you do, Pawn. You take it, and then you transmit it. You can transmit it now. This is landed. We're not going to worry about landed. We'll have another, but like in space and stuff, I'm gonna have to transmit with this thing. So we're not going to get all of the data, but fuck it. Close enough. I'm not going to worry about collecting it now, though, because I don't want it to be in the way for when we get into atmosphere. I could transmit it literally from here back to over there. I could just shout, "Hey, the atmospheric pressure thingy did a thing!" And then we'd have the science, but, you know, Houston can't hear me.
I can hear everything, Pawn.
You have microphones, like, around the base?
No, just in the soles of your shoes.
That's squeaky and a lot of bass.
Yeah, it was kind of a bad plan. You want to lift off?
No, but I'll take a countdown.
Cheeky, in 3, 2, 1, fire!
Shit, that barely lifted off. Was I looking at the TWR in vacuum or something? Because that doesn't seem like the right amount of Maybe that was fine. Well, it took off, though. It did take off. And that's what counts. It's my excellent design is what it is. Big ships like this, again, rule of thumb, SRBs, don't touch them till the SRBs are gone. Let it control itself, let it SAS itself. I don't want to get involved. You fly yourself, let me know when you're almost out of fuel. Figured that he had locked Bill in a broom closet somewhere. Bill along with Bob, they're just useless to us. We picked up these stranded Kerbals in around, and like the experience of getting yourself lost in orbit around a body is just, it's so valuable, apparently. Because I just got no reason to ever send Bill or Bob out, which sucks for Bill. I mean, Bob's used to it. I don't think he's ever really gone out on a mission, if I'm honest. Pretty sure he just sort of fishes off the coast there. Grills up some snapper for the rest of the people. Oh, the SRBs are about out. 370 meters per second at 8-point-some kilometers is wind. The SRBs went on us. We drop them. They do not hit the ship, and we immediately tilt down a bit. I remember this wanting to fall on me, so I'm going to try and be gentle. I'm going to try and be gentle. Oh. Come on, SAS, hold yourself. You can do this. Thank you. We do need to turn. The speed that we're gaining now at 15 kilometers is a reasonable amount of speed. Let's get back on the equator because we're drifting a little bit to the north. Let's pull down harder and harder and harder still. And check on that apoapse as we come up. I think I'll take this atmospheric analysis while we're in atmosphere for 10.8. Seems there's very little atmosphere at these altitudes. Make sure you're properly suited up if you plan on going outside. Okay, how we doing on the apoapse? 37 kilometers. Turn down harder still. More and more and more. There's another atmospheric analysis, but didn't I take it? Keep the experiment. What the hell's going on there? I could have swore. 42 kilometers on the apoapse. This is, you know what? This engine doesn't have a lot of TWR to it, and apparently that's working out very well for us because we get these nice, long burn, round, not orbital paths, but, to space. What would you call that? I call it the upgoings, or the come-doings, is what I like to call it. We're only at 50 kilometers on the apoapse, only halfway through the liquid fuel in this stage as well. This is very nice. It flies. And she moves, oh baby. 53 kilometers, and still a third of the liquid fuel, heading toward a quarter. 54 kilometers on the apoapse. And I'm just down on the horizon. I'm not dipping down below the horizon. This is a very good, weight to engine TWR build. It's very good. As long as I make it to space. Otherwise, if I don't make it to space, then I'll sit here and go, oh, what a horrible build. How did the designers allow this to slip through testing or something? 60 kilometers on the apoapse, running out of liquid fuel. Definitely need to make it to space in a hurry. In a hurry here. 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and 70, and back down, and kill those engines with zero meters per second of delta V. That we burned everything to 2,000 meters per second worth of speed in a single burn. That was fucking gorgeous. That is a great fucking ascent. It's a great ascent. Our periapse is just negative 200. That was really good. It was really, really good. I mean, I shouldn't be saying that like it's a surprise or anything. It was really, really good. Of course it was. Why wouldn't it be? That said, because we did carry this fairing all the way up, we don't get the 4 meters per second of delta V back that we would have gotten if we would have dropped it sooner. Damn. We're F5. Let's go ahead and fizz warp. In fact, can you please follow your prograde? You can? Yeah, you can. Okay, follow your prograde as we come up, and we'll fizz warp our way into space. Once we're in space, which is now, we'll go ahead and burst that fairing. F5 once more. Goodbye, fairing. Pieces go a-flying, wherever they did go. So no more fairing for us, and this stage is actually useless to us at this point. So I should have dropped it earlier. I should drop the whole thing while we were still in atmosphere. I didn't want to change the aerodynamic profile, but I probably still should have. Yeah, that would have been a good call. Hold on. What's our apoapse? 73.1. We're coming up on it now. We have no throttle, so when I drop this... God, it's loud. But I just dropped it, and we are coming up on that apoapse. We are 16 seconds to apoapse. I'm going to try this whole T-minus 11 and just fire full on the prograde thing. God, it's loud. My God, are you a loud little ship. Gear? Brakes. There we go. We want the brakes out. Back out to you. Okay, T-minus 11 on the apoapse. Didn't quite do it, but it almost did. Yeah, it's not going to be that bad. I will nose up to hold the apoapse a little bit more with us as we push the periapse into, periapse placement. And as we get nice and close to that circularization, 73.1 and 75. Very nice. We are in orbit of Kerbin with 1,763 meters per second of delta V remaining in this stage. And that is before we drop the weight of the probe at the moon. We need 1,200 from here to transfer and circularize the moon, and that would be to 14 kilometers above the moon orbit, and I don't think that's where we're going, at least immediately. We will drop the probe where it's going to go beforehand. We should actually probably know where the... Alright, tab me over to the moon, please. You went right past... There's the moon. Tab me over to the moon. Where is this guy stranded in orbit? So that's what we need to do. And they're going in the same direction for the first time? No, that's my relay. But they are going in the same direction. Hooray! This time, Deedon's shipwreck is I don't have to switch the rotation. That was the Minmus thing. And we still got back with that one, so surely this will be harder because it's the moon, and the moon sucks, Paul, and the moon always sucks. But our comms are out. We can go ahead and... Well, no, we're not going to open that. What are we going to do, Pawn? We're going to F5, because just in case things don't go well, and then we're going to abort. Abort the mission! That's the prettiest abortion I've ever seen. Well, that's a bad joke. That joke makes me sad. But it is the prettiest abortion I've ever seen. Shut up! God damn it. So that's now the power, and we're generating. We're completely deployed in space. Pawn, is this the one where you're doing like 4 contracts on? 5 even! 5 contracts at the same time, yeah! And we've got 2 bars of communication right here at Kerbin. Ain't it fucking grand, everybody? But I need to get back to our ship, which is probe controlled. So we're just going to step through all of the planets in the whole fucking game, all of the orbital bodies, so that we can get back to our ship, because it's the only way that they've given us in 9 years of active development. It's the only way that actually fucking works! And then F5. And what are we going to do? 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 Where are we going to do? What are we going to do? That's Minmus. We want the moon. We want the moon. It's over here. It's a lot closer. Yeah, but it doesn't cost much more to get to Minmus, and then it's easier once you're there. Set you as the target. Set you as the target. And actually, it might be a good time to leave at its descending node. Not that it really matters, because it's pretty fucking equatorial to the moon in the first place. He's going to pull it off too, you know. The 5 contracts. You're goddamn right I am. That's not us, right? That's debris. You don't ever come down, do you? If it's up there, then it probably never comes down, Pawn. That's how you build the thing. We've got the claw now. We could build... Oh, that's the next mission. Because this is going to be easy. We're going to knock it out. Today, we're going to build a dump truck. Put a dump truck in orbit. We're going to collect all this shit, push it out of orbit. Huh? Huh? I know what I'm doing. Seen it all too clear. I only taste the saline when I kiss away your tears. You really had me going! Wishing on a star, the black holes that surround you are heavier than by far. I do, like, there's certain things that I just, once I start saying them, I have to continue. So prograde is, what are we doing here, though? What are our contracts? What is the mission? Figure out the mission profile. We transfer to the moon. We transmit, right now, actually. We transmit the data out of you, review the data, and transmit it, so that we have space in it to do it again. Uploading the data, 13, 14, 15, 18, 20. Because we have low signal strength, it's taking all of my fucking electricity to get this done? Oh, God. Cunting, damn it. Alright, so cancel the transmission. That's fine. We'll get some better signal strength to the ground before we get anywhere near leaving for the... we were supposed to leave a minute ago. It doesn't matter. We're fine. We've got the signal strength now, but now we don't have the electric charge. Oh, this worked out so good. It's 160, it's generating rather quickly, and it's a small thing that's transmitting just a little data. Surely if we've got good connection, then we can transmit it. Did you take another one? We were just going to get 6 for it. Did you take another one without talking to me? There's very little atmosphere at these altitudes. From the upper atmosphere... No, that's the same one. Why am I getting 9.1 now? Just because better transmission rate? This fucking system is so... Are you kidding me with how much long it takes to do the data? I've got 4 fucking antennas! And I got 400, how much electric charge? 670 total? I can't transmit one fucking atmospheric fluid spectrovariometer reading? Jesus, cunting fuck. Well, there goes my $25. It's true. Takes a lot of power, Pawn. Yeah, does it. Alright, so... fluid spectromagiometer takes how much fucking power to transmit? A part that is equivalent in weight to a fucking thermometer. How much? I put extra power on this thing because the Science Junior, I was thinking, oh, well, the Science Junior, in order to transmit, takes 250. This fucking thing, that's the same weight as a thermometer. Let's face it, Pawn. You were never going to get that 25 anyway. No, I wasn't. Oh, that's right. I've got 2 of these things. Review data. What are you? And what are you? You're the same. No, Kerbin's Shores and Kerbin's Water. I want to transmit them. I'm gonna just one more time. It says 40%. I am at Kerbin. L fucking K fucking O. Don't reset these. Just keep it. I am at Kerbin LKO, full fucking transmission to the ship from a ground station with 2 relay antennas and 2 communitrons, and this is what it cost me to transmit. I don't know if you've met my asshole, but have you considered snacking on it? Fucking, I'm gonna go for full charge. And we're gonna lose comms here. I'm not even gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it until we pass. Until I've got another ground station to communicate with. I've got another ground station to communicate.
This experiment needs 2,000 electric charge to transmit.
2,000? Are you fucking kidding me? Who fucking designed this fucking fuck? Fuck! It costs me fucking 6. I gotta buy into the second tier of the R&D, okay? This is a level 7 tech tier part. These are the things that I've had to do to get this part. It is huge and unaerodynamic, and I have to drag it to space. These are the costs, and then a part equal in weight to a thermometer that gets me all of 9 fucking science from in atmosphere. Requires LKO, with all the antennas God ever invented, strapped to the ship, 2,000 electrical charge. Go fuck yourself. Pawn, did you bring a docking port? Dock some fucking batteries to it. No, not on this craft. It's a satellite. It doesn't get a docking. I could put a battery on a claw. No. Fuck it. They were here, you know, I spent 300 in-game science. I forgot to mention that it cost me. 300! Level 7 part. Could have been spending it on the level 6. These are the costs. And then in addition, 2,000 to transmit. 2,000 from, like, I could spit from here and hit the fucking space center. 2,000. 2,000. According to Dramacian. I don't know if that's right or not, but I believe it because it's this fucking game. Where's the moon? Moon's over there. You still targeted? You're still targeted. All right, just get me the fuck out of here. It wasn't necessary to the mission. It was just gonna be an extra. It was a bonus. We were gonna bonus up that bonus. Also, before I do too much warping, let's go ahead and slow down and let's put both probes into hibernate and warp mode auto. Hibernate and warp mode auto. So that's both of the probes that are on the craft. Oh, by the way, they have their own antennas built in too. So the whole stackable antenna concept. Let's come round, come round, come round. Ooh, I should see how long it's going to take me to get there. I should probably plot this one a little bit, actually. So if we left from the moon's descending node, because if I plot it, I'll have a good idea of the amount of time required to make it happen, and I will be able to make sure that I'm coming in on the correct side of the moon before I do it. But delta V, always lovely, always nice. So let's go over to the moon. There's the moon. And then let's look back at our maneuver node. An awkward angle that I cannot adjust in the fucking game. And then burn for perhaps 193 at that. We would be going in the correct direction, passing this way, right? Yes, we're passing that way, so we'd be spinning in the right direction. The place where we want to leave the satellite is a 169 and a 176. So coming in at 193 isn't that bad, but a little bit more would do me. I mean, a little bit lower, but that means putting on more delta V. 174 is decent. What about the inclination? Inclination could be lowered a touch. Okay. That should get us more of the inclination that we want, and we can drop a little bit of the prograde on that now. That's a 156. Again, this is 176 and 169. It's close. It's close enough, too, to pull the maneuver and just stop a little bit early and be fine. That looks good.
It is the most expensive electrical charge drain transmission when it comes to the science experiments.
I just love the design choices that they made in this game. Just fucking brilliant. The node is coming up in 2 minutes. I'm going to F5 us from here. Apparently we get, like, another connection with the moon at some point later. If we went out and came back, we'd be higher in the moon. That'd be interesting if that was helpful to us, but it isn't. So we're going to get up here. We might even drop the satellite, get our own orbit, have like each of them gets their own orbit. No, rely on transferring fuel if you want to do that way. Yeah. Each of them would be individually more efficient carrying their own weight than one of them carrying both of their weight and spending their fuel. Does that make sense at all? I don't fucking know. Get me back to my thing before it's time to burn, because it's almost time to burn. So back to my ship, the Moon Duper. Okay, and the estimate of how long this burn is 1 minute 8 seconds. That's 68 seconds, which means we want to burn at 34 seconds. On the node, which means I'll have to stability assist for this to be right, where we want to burn. 858.2 to get out there. There aren't that many atmospheres in the game, so the experiment had to be worth it somehow, I guess. I've listed all of the things that it cost me to fucking get there, and then they add on that it's going to be 2,000 delta V to transmit the data collected by that bullshit. And I say, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, game, you fucking fuck. 34 seconds when we want to burn on this. In fact, we'll burn a little early now, because I'm going to slow it down at the end. And this should be either side of the burn. We do half and half. Half of the burn one side of the node, the other half the other side of the node, and that evens us out as though we were able to dump the whole burn at the maneuver node. That's the idea. Any F9s yet? We've done some F9, not today. Not today, SoCare. You've been here for the other F9s, right? Ones that... They were good F9s, too. They weren't like cheaty, ridiculous F9s. We had... At least one of them was where the game decided to ping my Kerbal off into space. No good fucking reason. I got out on the ladder and the Kerbal went flying to the sun. So that was a good F5, F9 moment. But the other ones that I did on you know, the surface of landed places was like, if I wouldn't have been doing that, we wouldn't have had, you know, good fun with it. Slowing down this burn now to try and finish it off with precision. Some amount of precision. Slow it down even more, slow it down even more. Should have left a little bit earlier if I was going to do it this way, but... Slow it down even more, slow it down even more, slow it down even more. Stop. Very good. Very, very good. What's our real periaps? I can't tell in the cloud of shit that it's presenting. Is that that one? Moon periaps 257. Let's just hold it all up and give me a little bit more burn right here. Yeah, let's drop that down to there, 170. That's where we want it. And, yep, 0.0 meters per second on the burn. It's exactly the burn that we wanted to do, and it got us to exactly the place that we wanted to go. Good. 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 So we're coming into the moon, going in the correct direction. We circularize. What do you guys think, too? Like, did you guys respond to that? Is it more efficient, less efficient, or equally efficient to break both ships off and have them do their own thing in terms of getting the orbit of the moon? Should I break them apart, have each of them get their own orbit? Or should I leave them together and have the one ship do it? Because I can transfer the fuel from the probe to replace it if we feel like we need it. So it's like we can do it either way. Is there a way that is mathematically, scientifically, like, better that you can say for like with some certainty? Because that lives in that space where it's like, well, you know, if they got their mass and their DVs and their ISPs, it's probably too hard to calculate, right? Bet it's more efficient to do them both as one, to be honest. I could believe that, especially because the amount of fuel that the probe is going to need to get its is going to be so little. See, but so it would be more efficient for the probe, probably. But for our ship, it's probably better to do the burn and then transfer fuel. Yeah. KFR 8-bit evening all? You've been here, right? Are you leaving? You're going? Or did you come back? What's going on? Or was I just talking about you earlier because of your sub? Are you coming or going? A classic Zen question. Has your Zen master asked you whether you're coming or going yet? F5. Yeah, we'll do it that way. We'll finish it off ourselves. We got 903 meters per second of delta V left in the tank. If we are to trust, well, we don't have readings for that. I could go look at the delta V map, but this is for 14 kilometers around the moon, 310. We're not going to 14 with this, so 230 is my guess. 212. 212. That's what I'm going with. What are you going? F5. Quantum state of coming and going. Ah, see, now you got something. Your Zen master would not be happy with your braining it up with the quantum state, but he'd have to admit that you are correct. Let's do the old warp to here. There's mystery goo observations to be taken. Wait. Before you do that, do I want to do things here? What is this mystery goo observation? Space high over Kerbin for 9. We're going to the moon. We'll already have space high over the moon. We can transmit this one, I'm pretty fucking sure. How's our connectivity? It's worth 3.8 science. Send it back. Oh, but it's inoperable after use.
Or dump most of the fuel into the rescue ship and detach.
Yeah, I could pre-dump. I think I'm just going to get into the orbit, you know, ahead of time, and and then we'll figure out how much we're going to transfer over of his fuel. I just don't know if we're going to get any other... Fuck it, who cares? Maybe I'd rather have it ready to be used than to waste it on that. So back out to the warp to here. Warp to here, please. And send me out. Yes, goodbye. Goodbye, Kerbin. And hello, Moon. I see you. Yeah, ugly gray son of a bitch. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. Everybody hates you. Why don't you just eat worms? Little itty bitty ones. Big fat something ones. Wormy. Is that it? You got me there? F5 me from here. And then we're gonna get into the moon's SOI under my own time warpy powers. Okay, we're in the moon's SOI, thank you, and we slow down. And then we go on periaps. We go on periaps like it's 19. Oh, did I lose the... No, we're coming in at a great spot. At a great spot we are. with a good inclination for the sake of, like, matching this, what it wants us to do. So we'll add the maneuver, and burn it down. Again, I'm just doing this because, I want to know... because we're trying to do a satellite positioning thing, I'd like to do it right first time as opposed to just going for it, gunning it. Wow, that's perfect. I think that's fucking perfect in terms of what it wants from us. I mean, I can't see because of where the ship is and how the game focuses, and I don't want to transfer my view to the moon because then I can't get it fucking back, but that looks perfect. For 230.2 meters per second of delta V, remaining will be 680-ish. That's fine for I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. F5 me, and that burn is going to be 15 seconds, estimated. So let's go up to that node. Get me a little closer anyway. Fly on in to the moon. Very nice. And how are we? We're 6 minutes out. F5. And I will just control us with time warp manually to get closer. And then when we're about a minute left, I'll actually find the place that we need to be burning. Should be mostly retrograde. In fact, it should be entirely retrograde. I'm going to have you just burn straight on your retrograde. Didn't do anything extra special there. So burn time of 15 seconds means we want to burn when there's, let's say, 9 seconds left so that I can slowly finish it. Alright, so, well, we'll start the burn from here anyway. You didn't even need the engine or fuel for the probe. Just drop it into orbit from the spacecraft. You know, could've. With how well this turned out. But, it's good. It's important. It's important to have it up there. We can do extra missions later. So I said 9, right? Do it at 9. Start burning this. On the retrograde. Get out to here. Got your apoaps. We want it to be something. 176-ish. And I think we're immediately in the orbit. Maintain stability for 10 seconds. Ding, 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 ding! Dung. It's dung, baby. It's dung. We did it. We done did it. Alright, so that's ready to be, detached. We have 674 meters per second of delta V in our tanks right now. He's got, if I add those in, it did not change how much delta V we have, but it can transfer. It can go through there. That's why I set it up that way. So from you to, let's say, Hugh, if I just end it. Sorry. I did not confirm that it could transfer fuel all the way down here. Fuel cannot transfer through an ablator. And we have an ablator on that. Shit. Yep, I would have needed a second one to transfer to. And that's there's an ablator right there. These are attached to the wrong thing, so you're not going to be able to transfer to there either. God damn it. I fucked it up. That's my fault. Finally. I'm almost happy that it's one of them's my fault. But yeah, this guy to this guy or this guy, it won't work because we needed a fuel transfer line through the ablator. Damn it. But I think at 674 meters per second before dropping him, we're probably still okay to finish this mission and come home from the moon, even though we've got to get low. How low do we have to get? Let's set you as the target. Your apoaps is 12.4 and 10.4. We're already here at the moon. We don't need that much to come home. If we do this smartly, I think we're okay. So F5 from here. And we're going to drop this probe. Make sure that we're throttled down. We are. When I hit the next stage. There you go. There you go.
Then take this whole ship down to the rescue and have the rescue Kerbal.
Take the whole ship down? No. No. This guy goes off on his own. He's a nice satellite that's pointed back at the moon for some reason. It doesn't matter, right? It's not actual line of sight in terms of which direction these are facing. I would be shocked if the game could do that. I wouldn't want it to either. It would just make gameplay that much more infuriating that your satellites had to be pointed in the right fucking direction. And then, can you maintain them in the right direction, or is the game going to not turn them as the, you know, that kind of thing. That's why I don't think it's a thing. But thank you, Jermacian. Collect the science. Oh, yeah, that would have been an idea. But, no. No. Actually, before we do the mission of saving the Kerbal, let's see what time we're at right now, because we've got this mission also to do this, and that's the probe is going to do that for us. He's gonna, you know, get that temperature scan from there, so that's gonna be adjustments of the probe. We're not gonna worry about that. But in terms of our timing to, you know, hook up with Dildo's ship there, we're on a good path. We're at his, you know, inclination, it looks like. I added a maneuver. What? What ship am I controlling? We're controlling this one. Okay. I add a maneuver. Do I already have a maneuver somewhere that... Oh, I have to click this one off? Okay. That's what... Alright. And then add a maneuver. Love that. Just fucking love that. If we added it and we were leaving, you know, at any point, and we drop down. His periaps is 10-4. Okay, so this is actually pretty far away if we did that this time. If I were to go to the next day, or the next rotation, perfect. Pretty fucking perfect on that. Why can't I fucking scroll now? But look at how close those inclinations are. Or, the intersects, rather. Intersect to 17.4 kilometers. That's a great time to do that. If I left a little bit later or earlier, does the intersect get better or worse? Can't tell, because this fucking game. First intersect 136.3. So it gets better if I leave right there. Right there, baby. I can get right next to him. Yeah, 0.2 kilometers on the first intersect. If we leave there on the next rotation after this. Well, that's what we're going to do then. That's what we're going to do. F5 me from here. This will clear several missions at once, is what's going to happen. Basically, we're going to, where's the one? We're going to rendezvous with him, so that clears that. We're going to move him onto our ship, so that clears that. When we bring him home, we will have rescued him, so that clears that. And when we do the temperature survey here, that will imply transmitting... I mean, you don't have to clear it, but we'll transmit that data. Probably won't be worth anything, but we'll transmit that thermometer data back, and that will clear that, and there'll be 5 missions in a single mission. 5 completions in a single mission. Pretty sure the massive dishes have some form of line of sight. I can't imagine that they would. I mean, if your ship doesn't, like, stay rotationally correct in the game as it goes around an orbital body, which it never has in my experience. Maybe it does, but it never has in my experience. Then you couldn't have that. And also, like, I remember there was a way of, like, if you parked it in a certain position, then it would always be in that position. But it was just because that's the normal position for the game. But if you parked it in any other position, then you wouldn't know where it was going to be when you got back to it. That's how it used to be. So unless, you know, the game can keep track of each ship's directionality as it rotates, you know, and maintain that directionality. If you're pointing down at something, then maintain that. If you're pointing up at something, then maintain that. It would also make the game really fucking annoying to play. Did you put solar panels on the rescue craft? Yes, it does have a couple of its own. Very small ones. It will be manned shortly, so it shouldn't be that much of a concern. The node is in an hour, 34 minutes. I'm going to F5, and we're going to go around the planet. In fact, we're going to just... can I warp to here? Okay, I don't trust you, so I stopped you first. Node coming up in 4 minutes now. F5ing. I really hope that they didn't do that, but it's not as though I can trust them to have not done the stupidest fucking thing that they possibly could have, you know. Retrograde you for when we come out of warp anyway. We got 260 electrical charge on this probe-controlled vessel that will soon have an individual aboard. If I burn it just the right time, this is going to be a perfect encounter. Burn time is 3 seconds. That means we want 1.5 either side of it. But I'm going to do it slow, so you know what I'll do? I'll do it at like 6 seconds at a quarter of a quarter. So do like that. We're burning it down. Periaps. You want to hit 10.2 apparently. Oh, it bounced around so fucking much that I couldn't find the goddamn thing. I couldn't read it. Goddamn read the fucking thing. Alright, close enough apparently. I'm done. Go, why can't I, like, tick you completed? Can I delete you? Control is locked, even though I have full what's going on? Hey, there you go, you fucker. Alright, F5. God damn this fucking game. You know, like, at some point, sacrifice one or two of your little, oh, but it's so realistic things for it actually fucking working! What about that? How about, like, it being playable? I believe the game stores your orientation relative to Kerbal. Yeah. So that doesn't work. So it couldn't possibly, they wouldn't possibly make it. So that, there's a thing right ahead of us there. It's the moon duper relay. They wouldn't possibly make it so that you have to have directionality on those antennas when you can't control the directionality over time. Right? They wouldn't do that. They're too smart for doing that. You know, all that requires is actually thinking about your fucking gameplays. That wouldn't be a thing. They just wouldn't do that. Am I gonna be fucked here for not having, like, comms when I get to the dark side? We've got this satellite, it's coming this way. We should be fine. Well, but will it be in a place where it can't see, have line of sight either? We might be a little bit fucked for me dropping this periaps. Nonetheless, we're gonna go ahead and warp up to here. And we'll just have a look-see at the moon while we go. We have our antennas deployed. We still have full comms. Okay. I don't know why exactly. Why do we still have full comms? We're communicating with you, and you're communicating with the ground. Beautiful. That system actually kind of half almost sort of barely works. Good. So, we want to drop our AppWaps down to his. 171 to 12 is what we're going to do on the retrograde from this side of things. Speed me up. And we're very close to him right now. Died in shipwreck. Start firing. Okay, that's a little bit too fast on the firing. Down to a nice 12-ish kind of a thing. There we go. Next encounter, if we went all the way around, is separation of 0.3 kilometers. Let's do that, unless we're like, I don't know where our first separation is. You're at 0.4 kilometers, or well, let's do it over there instead and drop you, because I'm gonna use monoprop for this. Which one of it? It's too much goddamn shit on the fucking screen. Could you drop the, how do I never cared about the descending node in the first place. Target position at intersect 1. The moon apoapsis, that's lovely, get rid of you. There we go. So with RCS, do I have H and N? I don't. That's close enough. That's close enough. We'll make another adjustment once we're right up there. But 0.2 kilometers, F5 that, and then take me to there. and we'll grab this sumbitch. What's the point of audio only in the Twitch app if you can't turn off the screen? Hey, there's goddamn Kerbal developers. What? You know, it's a little bit fucked up that because I've got like one satellite up here, I didn't lose communication at all around the moon at 12 kilometers above the surface. But, you know, with when I'm at LKO and there's ground stations and there's satellites overhead, I can't maintain fucking communication. RCS off, SAS, let's go find this feller. This fine feller. And let's catch up to him. I mean, he's still getting close to us, but let's get closer. So if that's my prograde, I want my prograde to... You're looking at this upside down, pawn. That's how you're reading this. You're reading it wrong. We want you to push the retrograde off there. Hold the prograde onto there. We're heading toward him at 2.1 meters per second. Brilliant. And you just wait there for me. Make my decision. Look, our shadow. Shadow on the moon. Shadow on the moon. Carry a harpoon. There ain't no way we tell tales and sing a shadow tune. 2.2% isn't even beer. 5% is beer, just about. Go get some gin then, Jim. Jim's gin? Jim's gin. Come up on this fella. Let's have the contract available. It's going to tell us about rendezvous. We have rendezvous. We've rendezvoused, is what we've done. And if I... like that, and like that, then we will hit the craft at 2. No. Okay, now I started him spinning with my exhaust. Didn't mean to. Very sorry about that, sir. Hit. There you go. We're getting closer to him now. We're kind of like holding our position. Here. Hit. Okay. Now we're doing nothing. We have no prograde or retrograde. What happened? We've fallen out of reality. There's no pro or retrograde on the ball. Fuck, I broke everything. How did I do this? I'm amazing. That's how I did this. Get over to this fella. Dildo? Dilden? Dildus? Dilderino? Dildors? Dillman. Save Dilden Kerman. We've checked that tick, but we do need to recover him, and we need to transfer crew between vessels. Keep your eye on transfer crew between vessels, because Dilden is stepping out, and we are in orbit of the moon. Dilden. Dilden? Dilden. You are spinning. What if there was a little time warp? If there was just a little time warp there. Dilden, you're a scientist! Damn it, when are we gonna see a fucking pilot in this program? Let go. Let's push your craft out of orbit before we go anywhere. Okay, I think we can do that, right, Dilden? Dillweed, Dillhole, Dill, Maximus, It is another female Kerbal. Yay. Good. I'm glad. We lost, well, I mean, she quit us. We're just gonna push that in that direction a bit. And then one more push to be sure that it's coming down. We were very close to the moon in the first place, so one more little push. Not like that. Not like this. Not like this. Anyway but this. Hey? No, you're fucking it, dildo. Dillman. Dill pickle. Just push. No, now, see. What have you done? What have you done? Is this your first time pushing a fucking craft out of orbit? God damn it, did you not take, like, the starter course at the KSC? We fucking teach this stuff every goddamn day. We do it every day. Better damn well believe we teach it every day. There you go. That's gotta be. That's such a good push. That's gotta be out of orbit. You're definitely out of orbit. How we doing? We're all gonna die? Well, you're not. Where's that ship? What about you? You gonna die? Fucking really? I mean, it's low enough it could eventually hit something, but it's not low enough for me. Where'd it go? Where the fuck did it go?
It is going to be Pawn's angles before too long. Pawn will be the father figure helping to teach his angles how to conquer space.
How are we doing on monoprop? It's fine. My ankles? Why would my ankles have anything to do? What are you talking about? Pawn's angles. Pawn will be the father figure helping to teach his angles how to conquer. What? Me? No, thank you. What do my ankles have to do with this, huh? Why you gotta criticize my cankles? They're fine, all right? Everybody, spreads out as they get older, and I'm young, so it hasn't happened to me yet, but I recognize that it happens to other people who aren't me. Jesus, what the fuck is your orientation, please? I hate the Kerbals. When they're in these positions, and I don't know, like, it's locked in this control mode, I don't know how to get it into a better one.
It should have been angels.
Angels? Pawn's angels? Pawns. Ronan's angels. It goes more with its alliterative nature of the but yeah. Okay. How are we doing now, everyone? How about pushing the fucking craft out of space now? Fucking get on it. Get on it. There you go. That is coming down, and so are we. Let's get the fuck out of here. Dill hole. So where's our craft? One that we want to moon duper. Set as the target. Where you at, moon duper? All right, I just got to catch up to it with two monoprop remaining and a Kerbal in this awful camera mode. Does anybody know how to like change the fucking camera mode so it doesn't suck? I hate this. When I'm controlling Kerbals and they're stuck in the one position, then I have to rotate them manually instead of just following the mouse around. V, camera free. I don't know. I don't know. Do you not know? And I can't be bothered. Wait, if I do it now... Yeah, no, we're still stuck in this position. So, V. Back to orbital. C. I don't know. How? What? What and how? Also, get me there. Getting bored. F5. So how are we doing on doing contracts and whatnot? We've got so much of it almost completed. As long as I don't slam this Kerbal into the ship at 8 meters per second, we should be fine. Give me Fizz Warp. In fact, you don't need Fizz Warp. You just do regular warp. Warp me. Okay. Up. Get me there, get me there. And pull back. And pull back. Good stop. Nice. Pop in. F. B. And we have a Kerbal, and we just transferred any crew between two vessels near the moon. That's another contract for us. That's 2 out of 5 so far complete. If we can get this Kerbal home alive, that's the third one. And if we can get the satellite to do the work, the good work that we want it to, that's another one. 788 meters per second of Delta V remaining in this ship at orbit of the moon with an apoapse of 12.6, a periapse of 10.3. We are looking fan-fucking-tastic. Let's go do you know what? Let's take another live stream break, because we've been here for another hour, and I kind of need to pee, and, yeah. Take another live stream break. I need to pee, I need to get another beer, we come back, finish off this mission, no big problem, maybe we do another one. Maybe we do another one. You don't know me, bitch. We will be back in 7 minutes. Grab yourself a snack and meet me back here then. I am the Ronin Pawn. I am, however, not out. I am, however, not happy with the software that I use, that when I double-click, sometimes shit just doesn't happen. Enter.
Down in the dungeon, I dig like freedom I've been digging. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been digging. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. I've been digging a hole. The freedom I've been
My name ain't Mikey, but yeah, I rock. You know why? Cause I don't give a fuck. That's why it doesn't matter whether I'm cool or not. Just a taste of the word gives me the gut rock. It's not pop, so just stop like a blood clot. Cause we're here to blow up like we came from Iraq. Electronica embezzled by hip-hop. Here to kick ass until our heart stops. Hipsters put on their cool shades, and thrifters keep the money they've been paid. And drifters have nothing safe for buying lifters. Don't give a damn what they say.
Wait, undeceivable, shit's unbelievable. You never ever guessed you'd hear this mix, it's inconceivable. Ouch, too hot, baby, back out of the kitchen. This is what you love at one of us, so daddy, put your bitch in. I'm a poisonous affliction with a fireball addiction. Man, it burns like hell and tastes like heaven. You say bold, itching. Now I got you campus itching. This is music for your children. If you've never heard the cue before, you don't know what you're missing. Hey!
Everybody dancing, dog. Y'all on that X, I'm a sentinel, standing tall. No time to stand still, please don't meander, dog. They're throwing jazz at me to challenge my rap savvy. I sway like Callaway, I'm ahead, you'll never catch me. Ain't worry about it unless I spit Christmas gifts. My crew lighting up trees, you a screw to this. Menage a Quad, the name of my team supreme. They biting now, so I'm tossing out teeth and rings. You said you wanted bling, flossing ain't what you mean. You got baby teeth, though they pulling wisdom from me. Get neutered, respect the shooter of medulla. Give an inch, I'll take 5,280 rulers. Royalty around me and mine, we all sires. Words in Paris, we hot, that's fresh fire. Doesn't matter if you're cooler. What is all present?
Do you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy. Well, that looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out.
Now the summer is here, but just for a while. The night arrives, now I can smile. Just a little bit, speak up a little bit.
Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Bond live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bond. Welcome back to mid-mission on It's Going Very Well, and I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time. We're finding, we're up to, how many are we up to? 41 things on my list of bugs and UI port and design choices in Kerbal Space Program that we're saddled with. 1.10 still? Just one more thing before we stop music.
To feel the need to pollinate.
All day.
Okay. Welcome back to Kerbal. We have just rendezvoused with a stranded Kerbal, which got us the transfer any crew and rendezvous portions of the Explore the Moon mission here, so that's a mission done. We've already positioned a satellite in equatorial orbit of the moon where they wanted it. That being the case, they didn't say to keep it there, so we're going to move it immediately and go do these other two missions. When we return home, and we are well stocked to do so, we've got more than enough fuel to get her done. 788 meters per second at Delta V in the stage carrying Deedon Kerman. When we do, that'll clear this mission. When we get the satellite over the right position, which is this thermometer reading location, we will transmit that thermometer reading, probably for 0 data, but that will complete both of these. So, 5 missions in 1 launch. Yes. Yes? Yes, that's what we're calling it. You can right-click on planets and click View as whatever it says, and it's like pressing Tab. And you can double-click the planets, too. I still avoid actually doing it wherever I can, because you can't get back to your ship. You can't right-click your ship and click View. You can't double-click your ship and get back. You have to tab through every fucking planet in the list. Shift tab also works, but I don't know if you noticed this, people who play Kerbal. Shift is the button that makes your engine do its go-y thing. So having Shift tab be a function in the game is only the stupidest fucking thing that you could have possibly done. Also, released on Steam this game is, I'm playing it on the Steam version, Shift tab on Steam pulls up the Steam overlay. So just 2 layers of the stupidest fucking thing you could have in the game for ways to move through the tabbed vessels on here. But yeah, we're basically done with this fella for now. I think we want to transfer to the other ship, leave him in orbit, and the last thing that we'll do is we'll come back here and we'll deorbit him and send him home. But before we do, they can chill, they can chillax. We also pushed this out of orbit. It's about to crash in. That's the old pod. So no space trash for us on this mission. Thank you very much. The only space trash will be that satellite. Oh, it says default. I thought it said Detroit, and I'm like, oh god, they heard all the things that I said about them at the beginning of this live stream. But yeah, I think we transfer over to the other one, finish that mission, then come back and deorbit him. Who's up for that? And that would be the Moon Duper Relay. We want to switch to being that craft. Ruins the fun, too. Tabbing through every planet, finding out about new destinations through normal gameplay is more enjoyable. That's a point that I hadn't even considered. And it's kind of fair, yeah. 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 You could be unlocking the existence of planets. Like, the knowledge of the existence of planets could be part of the gameplay there, Like, not have their orbital paths shown until you've moved through, you've done certain tasks within the sphere of influence of Kerbin, and then you can see that Duna's out there, and then, if you go out to Duna while you're transferring to Duna, you realize that Eve is in the other direction, or maybe you get Eve and Duna. These are things that, if you're designing a career mode progression game, where you don't have a lot of rewards for actually going to the planet, then you want to bake in a lot of fucking rewards along the way, you know, and make it feel like you're unlocking things as you go. I mean, it's literally taking things out of the game just so that you can put them back upon the player completing an action. But that is, I just described game design. You build the whole game, and then you remove things in order to create the sense of progression and reward that human beings so like. You unlock the double jump, you unlock the, you know, that's how it fucking works. My God, with the cheers. So I'm going to go to Insights is drunk. These are my last 10 bits for the month. Congratulations, I'll drink to your drunkness. And Gohan cheering, as with everything KSP, there's a mod for that. Yeah, there's a mod that fixed the game because the people who made the game... really should do something about getting either like a button over there. If you can just change the control scheme, if they have an option in the keyboard bindings, make a keyboard binding so that you focus your own ship in map mode, I'll set that up if they've got one. If they don't, I really should get a mod for that because it's too annoying. It's, you know, I can only talk about it for so long before it's just, all right, this is stupid. What can I do about this? So now we want to activate navigation on sector Q, K, T, and we need to get there. Now with this craft, 1,543 meters per second of delta V in this little probe that we brought up. Very nice. Going to work for a comsat around the moon for us, a second one, in fact, along with this guy. Do we want to just go polar with it? What's our app and parry? 169, 175. Do we want to just go polar with it? Just twist it until it's polar and then wait till we come over the spot? We have to get very low with this one to get that done. It's 8.4. We've got the fuel to go polar and dip down and come back up if we wanted to. I think they do in the options section, actually. I will look into it to see if we can't get a button active that fucking transfers the view back to the goddamn ship. And if they've got a space for that button, what is that button binding already? And if it's not bound to something, what the fuck are you doing? But nobody in chat knows it for the past 9 episodes, so I'm guessing they don't have it bound to anything. Alcohol is a component in some rocket fuels. Stop drinking it, start pouring it in the tank. This is sirloin of beef. I am pouring it in the most important tank, which is my pelvic area. It'll get there eventually, you know, it has to move through the whole system first, but it will combust. Trust me, it will combust. Polar? It's gonna be hard. We're gonna have to drop it all the way down on both sides polar like that, or what I could try and do is, like, adjust us so that we're coming over it at just the right time at that height without dropping down from the other side, and then blow us back out and then go polar with it and have a polar comm satellite. I like leaving it polar. What do you guys think? Like, if I were to... This is gonna... It's, you know, the planets... The moon is rotating as we're rotating toward it, so... we would have to go around to the other side, and then presuming this will be somewhere over here... You know, we'd have to figure out just the right time for it. If I just make a maneuver that gets this periapse down to below 8... You know, at 8, below 8, not into the surface of the moon, though. Get you down to, like, there. And then we, you know, twist it. And every position on this ball is currently our normal, right? Every position is our normal right now because we're equatorial, I think. So if I just spin from here, putting on a lot of prograde as I do that. And then if we pulled this off, the big challenge with this, big problem, is getting us low enough there, and then the periapse, we won't be low enough. It's basically you'd have to go around several times if you wanted to do this the most efficient way, which would be the way I'm describing. You know, make one maneuver that gets you on the right inclination and lowers your periapse. Adjust that so that the periapse is actually over here instead of over there, which means that you'd have to go around again and then hit it from there. Maybe that's not even the most efficient way. It's a lot of work. Maybe we just go polar and take it low. We've got the fucking Delta V for it. The other guy said, backspace returns focus to your craft. Okay, focus the moon. Backspace. 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 Nope. Having 2 satellites, 1 equatorial and 1 polar, should give you good coverage, Mr. Mason. Yeah, I like that. I think we'll just go polar straight off, drop us down to below 8 along the whole path, and then spin. Or spin first while we're high, because it'll be easier to twist from height at slow speed, and then drop everything down. Yeah, that's how you'd want to do that. Backspace. Backspace doesn't do shit. Moon duper relay, and I can't double-click it, and I can't get back to it, and yep. We're there. It's fine. Maybe we wanted to focus the moon at this point. So if I just go to either of my normals, really, depends on which direction we want to go around. I have no preference. You know, polar's polar by the time you're up there. Abort equals escape. Oh, abort equals escape? Okay. Just do Alt F4. Well, we had the abort stage on the thing. Did it do anything for me to abort it again? Yes, it did. It's opening and closing those, snapping off my solar panels. You little shit. We're fine. Physics doesn't apply to the same vessel. F5. So, yeah, if I just burn here, then we'll do it. However, if I thought a little bit better about it, we'd do the periapse, and we would make our adjustments so that as we do that, we don't blow our app-waps out, because when you twist, you do blow your app-waps out. So if I do that, and then also burn retrograde, keep our app-waps at a reasonable height, whatever height it already was, something like that, and then keep the burn going. No, once you get to a certain point on that, you have to go, what, radial? Or maybe it's just better after I've done that to go up here and burn... I don't... How do I spin it from that point? Okay, I've completely ruined this maneuver node. I have ruined it entirely. Get back in. Just fucking destroyed it, I have. Where are you? That's that. You in. Yeah, I don't know what I'd pull. Hey, there we go. I pulled it. Give me a periapse again. Down to below 8. Very close to 8, though. I want to stay kind of high on that. So that gets us kind of polar. Can I twist you just a little bit more, sir? Or maybe in the other direction. Like if I pull you back down a little bit and then give you more prograde or something, pull you back up. Get you nicely polar instead. There's that periapse coming back for us. Pull it back down. To there. So that's 551 meters per second to go polar on this thing. Is that ridiculous? Is it like a ridiculous thing? Is there a more efficient burn for going polar? I mean, we're basically stopping our forward trajectory. We're slamming hard to the left, you know? Looking up some info, the key used to focus the active vessel is the back quote. Back quote. It works! 9 episodes in! We found a way to fucking not have to do that. Oh, thank God for the documentation. That is so just right on the surface. Back quote. The tilde, the one next to the 1 key on an American keyboard, anyone. Next to the 1, to the left of the 1, that's not the 2. Yeah, it's the tilde all on its own. Yay! We know it now. Pull and burn. Going to burn? 16 seconds to burn. Should I do this, though? Like, is this... Burn. Alright, I'll burn. Look, alright, I'm burning. I can do it anywhere and accomplish more or less the same results, right? 500 meters per second of delta V to twist. It's a lot. Seems like a lot to me. Pull. Sinking a little bit below the equator there. Get you back up toward the equator. And slow the burn down. Down there. Slow it down some more. Slow it down some more. And we have 0.5 meter per second deviation. Clear that out. We are equatorial. Having spent a lot of fucking delta V to get there with a periapse of 8.3. What is that contract specifically below? Well, it's just going to be this. Below 8.4. Okay. We've got 8.3. If we do the same at our periapse, then we're good. Then we're good. I'll F5 it. Wait, so who's Henry JV is saying combust, then do prograde? What? Maneuver negative 16 seconds to burn monk. I made it, but I wasn't committed to it. I was waiting to see if you guys would tell me, yeah, you shouldn't do it that way. That's a big waste. 500 meters per second to go polar? Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Oh, wow. And it is a lunar eclipse, ladies and gentlemen. A lunar eclipse. They happen twice a day. They happen at least once a day here on the moon, I think. Sure. Ooh. And we've got the relay satellite that's going to be out here when we're doing our burn over here, so we maintain comms. Yes, we got comms. It's good. It's very, very good. What do you... Oh, you're time warping down because we're very low over the moon now. Are we, though? Are we really, game? Oh, yeah, we're really low. It's okay. Or it's not. One of those things. Find your... Oh, you don't have retrograde controls. Okay, out of warp. Get onto your retrograde. And where's that apoapse? Over here. Burn it down to 8.3. Oh! 7.3 to 9.1. So if that's behind us, our prograde's over there, and we wanted to blow the peri up and keep the app where it is, I burned straight for the sky, that would pull it weirdly. If I burned prograde... I mean, it's fine, 7.3. I think. But, like, if I want that to come up, but I want you to come down, then I would actually burn toward the planet a little bit, toward the moon, I think. F5. Am I wrong here? I'm wrong here. So it'd be here then instead? I don't know. We're fine. Anyway, 7.6 is A-okay. I liked that our periapse was at the very bottom, so we'll do that, actually. We'll make that happen. I'm going to drop the apoapse down to, similar. Can we... I can't time warp faster than this. Because of reasons and things and stuff, and guys. But that's fine. That's not... You're not just wasting my time for some artificial fucking reason that you made up that doesn't... Still got comms. Still got comms. Gonna maintain those comms. Still got comms. But I do want to be kind of at the bottom of the moon when I burn for to draw the periapse or the apoapse where it is, so that I can pull the periapse and apoapse. It'll just be nice. It'll look fancy. Put some lights on next time so you can tell when you're about to hit the ground. I can tell with numbers. I'm good with maths and things. Does anybody believe that? Anybody? Hello? This thing on. Does anybody believe that? So from here, I want that to drop. Oh, and you are spinning. Oh, I love it. We're just going right over the fucking pole right there, so we just watched magnetism shift. Oh, that's nifty. Alright, I wanted to be a little bit past it because it'll pull the periapse easier. And then go. Ah, fuck. Am I on the wrong side? Well, because you're burning retro for this one. You are. God damn it. I should have been the other side. Alright, well, it's fine. 7.5, 7.4. How can I make a burn so that I'm going up? There's a fucking way to do this. There's a fucking way to do this. Just fucking tell me there isn't. Yeah. Alright, well, that's all below. Like, the entire orbit is below. That's fine. And 7.3 is safe enough for me. Right? 7.3 doesn't hit anything. So we can still only do 10 times warp. And what we need to do is wait for this to go over that and then be here with the temperature scan. That being the case, we're going to do that from the tracking center, tracking station. So 1, F5 in case the game crashes, and 2, tracking station. Because then we won't have to wait for warp. We could also transfer to a, you know, vessel that is landed on the moon and be able to do this, but this is how I'm going to do it. So the moon duper relay is you, and we need you to come over that. So warp me, warp me, warp me. Oh, that's our mooner duper relay. Okay. No, what are you doing? Mooner duper relay. Yeah, no, I just wanted to be on the moon. Thank you. Just on the moon. Mm-hmm. Going round and round and round, and eventually this guy gets to where we want it. And these guys are just running out of food as we're waiting for this. Could have sent them home by now, but fuck them. Fuck them. Are you the right one? Yes, you're the right one. Yes. Okay. Once it gets onto our line. It's gonna be close. I'd hate to miss it. I think as slow as it's moving, we go one more rotation. At least one, in fact. Yeah, one more. Perfect! Oh, Jesus, almost missed it. Go fly it, quick! I'm good. I know what I'm doing. Almost missed it. Insights, you're drunk. You said it, not me. So, are we in the sector already? Because we're real fucking close. Probably not yet. Probably not yet, but we're getting there. In a hurry. And if we get, like, real close to it and it still hasn't come in, then I will just do it as though we are. So, you, sir, get ready to log that temperature for me. And you can also pull this up. Okay, we're as close as we're going to get right now. So, log the temperature. Didn't count? You fucking dick. You head of penis. Oh, but you head of penis. I guess we missed it. One more rotation. Or, like, a lot, because if it gets on the other side by the time we come back, then that's that again. We can either sit here and find out or go back to the tracking station. It'll probably take the same amount of time. One more time. Or like many more times. We're not entirely sure. Back to you. Focus on the moon. And once more round the moon, good friends. Let's go, 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 go. This is our guy. He's coming up. And we'll be closer this time. Or not. I'm not sure how to read this. We might miss it again. Yeah. I could totally believe that we miss it again right here. I'll bet anything that we missed it again right here. Go fly him. We'll just have to wait more. If we have to wait more, then I'm sending the other Kerbal home. I'm getting him on his trajectory first. And then we'll come back here and wait more. But we'll get him headed back to Kerbin first thing. Okay. You rather. And then... Fucking thermometer. With your fucking zooming and shit. Fucking thermometer. Hold you up. Boom. I don't think we're gonna hit it. As close as we're ever gonna be right now. Log the temperature. Nope. Below 8,400. We were definitely below 8,400. We just missed it. Alright. Well, then, with the fucking of it. Right? With the fucking of it. The Moon Duper. You're gonna be my guy now. He might need food. I don't... You know. They'd probably have snacks in there. Did they leave snacks in there? Did we bring snacks for them? Let's see. Software glitch update before flight. Don't forget. Sure, it'll be fine. Sure, it'll be fine. What do we got here? Reminder: close the hatch and don't forget the. I can't read it anyway, so it's probably not worth remembering. Really? What is that you're looking through that down there? Oh, that's part of the ship. I don't see where the food would be kept. He might be hungry. Risk of electrical shock, warranty void if opened. Okay. I guess he might be hungry. She might be hungry. So we're going home. We're going home, ba-doo-doo. We're going home. We're going home, ba-doo-doo. We have 788 meters per second of delta V to get this home transfer done. So if I go like that, and then we check our peri-apps, it says don't forget the snacks. I don't think it wouldn't say that. Why would it say that of all things? Okay, that's basically a good time to leave. And then if we burn many progrades, wow, that is taking a lot of delta V to get her done. And it's not actually getting her done. So from there, and then we just leave at a different time, is the deal. So 2 million, and then when I swing you around this way, 0.7, 0.4, I can barely read it because they decided green on blue was a good idea. Green on green and blue. Thank you, and then zoom out so we can fucking read the goddamn thing that we can't read anyway. More prograde, and then another little swing. Okay, I guess that is the best place to leave from. And a bit more prograde gets us to... I can't. It's 24. 24 is a little bit too deep for me. Thank you. 32 is kind of hard. 37 will do it. 37 will do it. So that's when we leave. It costs us 271.5. We have tons of delta V remaining for this move, my friends. I had bits autofill on. That's another 22 out of my pockets. Thank you, Insights. You're drunk. Don't go home. You're drunk. Stay here. Join with your comrades, B. So that's a burn in 17 minutes from now. Burn time of 11 seconds. Okay. If I clicked here, what happens? What happens if I click there? Does it warp me to it? F5. Click it. It warps me to it. Yay. Okay. That's helpful. Is it gonna stop me where I still have time to do the burn? There's got to be, every other side. It did. It stopped me a minute before the burn. Good. That system worked in that instance once. So it's good to know. Very good to know. This can just be a full-on, full-on prograde burn. Don't really need to pay attention to the target here. Just full-on prograde from either side of the burn. If it's burn time 11, then we want 5.5 seconds. But since we want to control the final, maybe I'll leave it 8 seconds to burn. Why go to college when you could become a streamer, says Jolting? Or, as I did, go to college, decide that it's a waste of your fucking time, then be homeless, live out of a van a little bit, shelter, teach the gospel of Christ. What else? Oh yeah, check into a Zen Buddhist monastery. 3 years. Come out, be a janitor. Then see Nerd Cubed and HOC Gaming and go, oh, this is a good idea. Ah, I waited too long. I think we'll be okay. I'm just going to drop that node so I can read my peri-apps directly.
Can we get porn on Zen? Feeling inspirational.
You're drunk. It was Insights. It was. You're drunk. Stay here. Listen to my dharma. Porn, I'm going to drop out of uni to start writing porn. Please advise. Okay, so, I really want to see some really good, story and character development, but, get to the point, because we're not there for we could watch a movie, but like having some, so here's my idea. What you do is like arcs, you know? So you move through a number of series, but there are character development arcs and plot points and stuff, and it's the same characters over and over, so you can actually get like better, hiring for the actors. You pay them like set amount and say, we're going to do this whole project, have them sign a contract. They're going to make, a couple of $1,000, whatever. They're going to make what they're going to make, but it's going to be over time, so you can get a better deal, and you get the porn, and you get the story, but there's not so much story that you don't get to the porn. So there's my advice. Redemption arc is the key. Right. And the redemption arc involves just, like, double penetration. You did have to click I'm 18 to watch this live stream. So, we're sending you home. Here's the thing. How long is it going to take you to get home? 1 day, 1 hour, 10 minutes. That's how long we have until we have to worry about them crashing into the moon. We need to wait until this comes all the way around to the other side. So, like, what I want to do is I'm going to watch this. We're at 4 days, 3:19. 1 day and an hour. So if we get to 5 days and 5 days, 3:19, then we've only got an hour before these guys are going to hit atmosphere. So let's just start warping while we're controlling this craft instead, well focused on the moon, and then we don't have to go out to the tracking station. So, I think this is going to take more days than we want it to. What do you mean? Oh, because you're passing over the thing. Yeah, okay. Still alright out there? Kind of not paying attention to you? Trying to get this other mission done? Yeah. You're going to get faster and faster as you go. Definitely not going to get this mission done before you hit atmosphere. Alright, let's go back to the other ship, which we do with Tilde. F5. You still okay here? You got power and everything? Yeah, you good. You good, baby. We've got lots of fuel, so we'll probably do what I usually do when we're taking lots of fuel back to Kerbin, which is we'll burn it off when we're in atmosphere. We'll keep the lower stage and we'll burn it as we hit atmo. Oh, what if, for the first time in ages, if not ever really when you get down to it, what if we had a landing on the dark side of Kerbin? At night. Night landing. It's been so long since we had a night landing, huh? It's fucking cool that we have a fucking night landing. I'm gonna leave these open. They didn't burn up last time. It'll enable nothing in particular. Can we control from here? There's a Kerbal on board, so we can still control, is the idea. And yeah, periaps of 37 should be okay. As soon as we hit atmosphere, though, I'm going to start burning on these, because I remember this heating up very quickly. Damn American phrasing? What did I say? Wait, I have crazy anxiety watching you scrub forward with wild demand, and my life support would have killed everyone. Okay, we're burning now. Gonna burn out all the liquid fuel, all the Delta V. Yes, it does affect my periapsis, but it affects my apoapsis a lot more, and it affects the speed at which we re-enter, is the main deal. Burn it all out. Thank you for the good view. Did that all on your own, did you? And then F5 and lose the lower stage. And we're now doing 2.6K, 2,600 meters per second.
But why can't I buy you hot dogs?
You can buy me hot dogs, baby. You can buy me whatever you want. What am I supposed to do? Wait a second. What do you want me to do with the hot dogs? This isn't fans only or whatever it is. We're not doing that. But if you want to like order some hot dogs on Aldi's to have them delivered, there's an Aldi's down on Woodward. They'll send it. They won't send it themselves. But it's fucking. What's the Instacart? If you want to Instacart me a pack of hot dogs, I'm not gonna be like I refuse. No. Just send some hot dogs from where you are in the world to my P.O. box. It'll be great. Yeah, as happened before, we are heating up in atmosphere. This ablator not really designed for the ship. That said, the ship not really designed for the 1.5 meter parts that it is designed for. It's bigger. so it doesn't really fit. And then if you put a bigger ablator on there, that doesn't fit either. So, you know. It's just over here. And then, ablator doesn't fit the lander pod.
You have to record that to say you can buy me bean sprouts.
Bean sprouts? What? Why would I want bean sprouts? Man's gonna send me hot dogs. Bean sprouts? Dig those out of the ground next to my house. The hot dogs are harder to come by. What kind of hot dogs do you prefer, by the way? What kind of hot dogs? Why do you call it Aldi's? It's German. It's Aldi. But it's Aldi possessive. It's the possession. It's Aldi. It's Aldi's. You know, Aldi owns the grocery store. Aldi's. You know, you go to Ted's. You go to Aladdin's. Or Aladdin's. You go to Aldi's. Aldi's nuts, you mean? Oh, guy called Jim. Good. That is a good ligma. That is a hell of a ligma. Why don't you buy the hot dogs and tell you to tell 3 friends to buy hot dogs? the network of hot dogs. We're mountains. We are mountainous right here. Where are we? Well, we're not near the KSC. And we're going to die. So those are cool things. Let's go ahead and deploy those parachutes. What do you say? Dildo? Do you think Dilden? Dilden. What do you think? Maybe some parachutes away? Would you be happy with that? Piece of Scabies, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. Yeah, but so I've gotten into, I've sort of realized that I'm not a big fan of like hot dogs. It's hard to get like a real hot dog, like a pork hot dog, because that's a real hot dog. The cheap ones are the real ones. It's hard to get a pork hot dog around these parts because everything is halal in Hamtramck. So, you know, it's kosher, basically, and you don't get pork. So you can get the beef hot dogs, which are the good ones that you pay good money for. Beef hot dogs are so fucking slimy and greasy, and they leak shit all over the place. It's not like on a grill, all right, but like you're gonna nuke them, you're gonna... maybe boiled, they're all right. Oh, Jesus, that's not us. That is something else. It's permanently exploding, I guess. Don't worry about it. What about you? The heat shield? What's the impact tolerance? Let's keep the heat shield. Fine. So, you know, you got the... What was I saying? Something about the guys and this stuff? But yeah, you did the hot dogs and so the beef ones, you can't just throw them in the microwave. They're fucking gross if you just throw them in the microwave. And honestly, it's a hot dog. If I have to, like, take the time to prepare a hot dog, what the fuck am I eating a hot dog for? I might as well eat something real, you know? I do like myself a nice boiled hot dog, and grilling them, absolutely. But if I just want, you know, a hot dog is primarily in my household for, like, I'm hungry, it's easy, throw it on the fucking microwave. And they're disgusting out of the microwave. But you can't get the fucking, the pork ones around here, and the pork ones kind of also, it's hard to get, like, just pork hot dogs that are just pork, you know, because they don't make pork hot dogs, they make, like, meat hot dogs. Just, like... the shit we had left over, don't ask too many questions. So it's hard to find a good hot dog in the first place. I have actually come to buy the turkey dogs. Turkey dogs are not gross. Some of them are better than others. They're not gross. They don't leak weird things. It's turkey. I don't hate it.
Why are there 10 hot dogs in a pack, but only 8 buns porn?
Well, I could tell you, but that would ruin your Zen. I'm going to take the crew report. Apparently, we can do this while flying over Kerbin's Mountains for 2.1. We haven't been here before. F5. Fuck it. I'm EVAing even if it gets you killed. EVA report. Most precarious situation, 3.4, but we got it. And back in the ship. Cool. We filled out, you know, a little thing that needed to be got. We getted it. We got the get that we get it and got it. And it's now it's gotten. It was get it. Altimeter to surface spawn. All right. It does, like, I could see the trees. We're at 5.4 meters per second. I wish I could F5 right now. I'm gonna jettison the heat shield. Yeah, because look at that. We went from 5.4 meters per second to 5 meters per second. We're down just below 5 meters per second. We're in the mountains, which is why we're coming down so fast. Lower atmo. That was just one of my balls. That was just one of my balls exploding. We're fine. Sometimes they'll do that, you know? That's why you use protection. We can get an EVA report from grounded, too. Just grab that EVA report and a surface sample. EVA report, I don't think a spacesuit was entirely necessary here. It was not. Surface sample from on the ladder. Just scrape something off the metal and that counts. Here, the surface is mostly barren. Snow, dirt. Snow, dirt, and rocks. You're very confident that if you looked under the snow, you'd find more dirt and rocks. They did such good work on the biomes text, you know? It's not as though they had an entire fucking community that would willingly volunteer to do every biome individually for every piece in the fucking game. They couldn't have just done that, could they? How could they have done that? Welcome home, Dilbert Kerman, Dillman, Dilvel. Do work like that at times. Oh, Henry J's got to go. Good night. Nice to have you out, Henry J. Hope to see you back. Trees aren't real. Trees aren't birds. Birds aren't trees. What do you think of that, huh? That got us some science, but mainly what it did is it completed yet another contract in our 5-in-1 launch. Dillman. Rename the Kerbal? Ooh, we can do that. We can do that. The raffle's working, right? As far as we know, I'm up to 889,000. I haven't even completed the last two. This is going to be like a $500,000 launch in terms of profit. And Dyden, Kerman, got 5 experience off of that, advanced to level 1. We have a level 1 scientist ready to be shipped to the surface of a planet where we can abandon them because that's what we do with all scientists except for Bob. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get a raffle open. Raffle, open, Dildus, Kerman. Kerman is you. And also, let's make it rain. Make it rain, 100. Well, just give him a minute to think about it. Yes, he's got to catch up, you know? He's got to think about it. You let him have his time and his space. So that is 3 out of 5 of these missions fuck yourself. 3 out of 5 of these missions completed. We have 2 left, technically. They will both be accomplished in 1 if we can just get the fucking moon in the right place. Where's the moon? Where are we keeping the moon? There's the moon. It's you. In fact, take me to the moon duper relay. And we just need this mission to be in a place where we're actually coming over it at the right time. So, go. Spin it to win it. Faster. Yeah! Okay, it's coming up now. It's coming up at some point in our future. What? Just focus on the moon. He's on the fucking backside again. See, that doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. If he's on the backside right now, and it's right at the half point, then it's gonna be as far to the left as it would, or far to the right as it was to the left. It's not gonna get us it. It won't count. We're not getting there. I could adjust it. Could adjust the inclination from where he is right now. Yeah, fuck you. I can't wait. I can't wait. I won't wait. I don't wait.
Big money, stop.
No, I can't. I can't be asked. I can't fucking be asked. We're gonna twist it. And I should have done it from the pole, but I can't. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of your shit. You're gonna get it done, and that's the long, the short, that's all of it. So from where you're gonna be in just a couple of seconds here, 59 seconds away, fucking twist. There you go. And then by the time we're up there, hopefully we're hitting it. It's still spinning, right? Yeah. 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 So give me a little, give me some of that. Give me it right fucking now. I don't care. Give me it right fucking now. Boom. Burn it. Burn it. Burn it. In fact, I don't need to see you. Just twist a little bit. What do we got? Apple apps, 8.3. We got to remain under 8.3 is one of the concerns here. 8.3. It's 8.4 that we need to be under. So, parries at 7.6. There we go. That's keeping the app-waps where I would want it. And we've twisted to a place where maybe we actually get there when it rotates. F5, maybe a little bit more even. A little bit more pawn. Okay, F5 again, and let's get there. Let's fucking do it this time, huh? What if we fucking did it, mate? I couldn't be asked. I couldn't be bothered. Yeah, this is looking good. This one's gonna work. This one will do it for us. Won't you, buddy? You believe. Give me an F5 from there, please. And then... too hot thermometer. Hold you up. Oh, Jesus, right in my face. This is one of those 3D movies. What are we doing? How close are we? Take me, warp me. Warp there. Warp there. Oh, I can log the temperature when I'm in auto warp? That's not supposed to be a thing, I'm pretty sure. If I can't log the temperature while I'm warping, we're in it! Log the temperature? Bada bing bang boobles. We did it! Oh, there's more. There's more to be done. I didn't realize it was going to unlock over time. There's more of them to be collected. Below 12.1, we can grab it. Yeah, I should have suspected that. How much electric charge we got? We're full. Review the data. Transmit the data. It's done, and boom, that's science data from space around the moon. Okay. And we're ready to log another temperature. Where's the next temperature? It's up here. You're already past testing your spin. And that's a lot of spin. Alright. And we can't fucking warp from here. Bullshits, you know? Just shit balls and shit. Tell you what, we will, F5, 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 and then we will switch to U. From this vessel, we'll be able to target the moon and rotate, and then we can switch to the other one easily enough. Similar to doing it the other way. Hey, remember this guy? Kenneth 1, in fact. You remember him? Kenneth! How's it going, buddy? Doing some good science for us? No, yeah, that's what you were supposed to be doing. What, you just been sitting up here watching fucking Netflix? Get out there! Do some work! Dingus. Alright, set the target as the moon. This is our guy. Actually, don't set the target. Set the target as you, because that's what I want to watch. And then just spin and spin and spin until we get... until this gets over the top of one of our circularizations. We're not going to miss this one, because it takes a good long time being at the pole itself to go past. You know, being that high anyway. Think we get it there? I don't think we get it there. I'm going past. Yeah, we get it here. We definitely get it here. You, switch to that. So there's going to be 3 or 4 of these probably, right? What a good idea. By which I mean, what a shitty idea. Mystery goo observation. Ooh, we can take a mystery. Alright, take it. In space near the moon? I don't already have that? Alright, keep it. We'll transmit that along with... well, we'll transmit that, basically. And then back up to the thermometer. To here. And coming into this sector shortly. Oh yeah, perfect timing. Absolutely perfect timing. We're entering Sector 6RTJ. Log that temperature for us. And that's another part of this mission complete, and it reveals the third part of this mission that they didn't tell us when we were back at the KSC, the fuckers. So you can actually discard that. It's not worth anything even transmitted. And the mission's already done. It still counts. But as long as we don't have any electric generation right now... do we have electric... are you catching... as long as we don't have any electric generation right now, maybe we don't fuck with that. Below 10.8, near some other zone. Where's that zone gonna be? Ooh. Are we going in the wrong direction, though? Yeah. Yeah, and waiting to 10 times. Fucking love this game. F5. Where's that fella on the surface? Switch to you. Wouldn't it be lovely if you could just time warp to your fucking content? But, you know, there's rules. There's rules! And there's also ways to get around it. Okay, so, yeah, just focus the moon. Focus the moon. This is the new one. And then we're going that way. Are we going to still be able to hit it when we come up? Oh! Well, we might have been able to, and now we can't. Fuck it. Let you know if I give a shit. Should I start to give a shit, you will be the first one to know. Next rotation. Next rotation. I want you to warp me. Warp. All right. You don't count as me now. That's right. So once more around the old gray bowl, my friend. Where the fuck are you? Come on, buddy. Where the fuck you at? There you are. I see you. I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Please warp 50,000 times. Yeah, no, that should work. That should work. All right, back to you. Switch to you. Fingers crossed this is the last one, but I'll bet there's a fourth. Or is this the fourth? I don't know. Ooh, look at how rocky it is up here. This is cool. This is actually pretty neat. I'm a fan. So once more, into the bay. My friends, you, thermometer, ready to take the temperature reading. Electric charge, not really worried about you. And coming up on the place where we're actually going to take the reading. Yes, sir, 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 yes, sir. And we're in the zone. I've been in the zone all day. I've just been killing it. Log temperature. That's the third. We're on to the fucking fourth. It's worth nothing, so we'll just reset it. Counts. Where's the next goddamn thing? Below 8,000. God damn it. Below 8,000. I gotta drop everything just a little bit. Alright. Bring me at 10 times warp, which is the fastest I'm allowed to warp in my game. Over here, so we can drop the app waps to 79. Everything's below. Good fucking thing, eh? That I put it in polar. Because I thought this was just going to be one temperature scan mission. And that tells you how long it's been since I played the game, that I believed that they weren't lying to me when they showed me just the one that I wasn't getting into. Is that why they made it this way? Because no one would actually fucking do this? Is that what it is? No one would actually willingly take this mission, so we'll just make it, you know, in a way that you can't. Oh, we're out of fucking contact at our peri-apps. We're gonna get it soon, though, with this guy coming around like that. And the difference is very negligible between our peri-apps and our app-waps. So whenever we get comms back... Come on. Line of sight. I'd call that line... Well, but you don't have line of sight with fucking Kerbin. That's what's going on there. This is as fast as I can warp. From any position on the ball that I have comms, I will fucking do it. Ah! Go! Fuck! Yeah, nobody would do this mission. Nobody would willingly do this mission, so we'll just hide that this mission exists. Told you they were all below 8,000 at the moon. If you were smart enough, you'd go, oh, I can only warp at 10 times speed. Fuck that. That's just a waste of my goddamn life. Just a waste of my goddamn life to put a satellite up, measure the temperature at all these fucking places, wait for it to go around the poles 10 times, fucking warp. No. Never gonna do it. Never gonna do it. Never gonna do it. Never gonna do it. So we'll just hide it from the user because they wouldn't play it. That's a good solution for our game design. Oh! And fucking motherfucker. There, that's below 79 or 8,000 now. And that's basically what I want to do. Yeah, and then go all the way around to the other side, do it again. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da. Only us priority customers with lots of points get acknowledged. Clearly, what? No, but refuses to acknowledge my existence, is Squab Gaming. He can be a dick sometimes. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Harass Noah over Discord. What am I gonna do? Moon, plane, the plane, boss, the moon, the plane. Quap Gaming. Yeah, we're going to be transferring the bot over. The idea was, anyway, to transfer the bot over to Amazon's S3 Cloud, to AWS, because I don't like the deal that I'm getting with our server anymore. And it was problematic in the beginning, but it's better now. But it's too much cost to just run a little fucking Node.js bot. So we're gonna do that, and when we do, I think Noah is planning to, you know, work on it a bit. He's between semesters. Is that what you call him? He's between semesters in school, so yeah. But I do have to get that going. There's just so many things to do, you know? I had to file my taxes, then I had to bitch about having to file my taxes, City of Detroit, on a live stream, publicly. It's just, I got, you know, there's a lot going on in my life. I'm a busy man. What's pretty sure that only a Bizzle Lurker can pull off a moon plane. A moon plane? Why would you pull off a moon? I'm not going to make that joke. Is there a repo of the bot? Insights. I don't think so. No, at a certain point, Noah and I were actually planning to, like, use the bot and my overlay that I'd done in JS and, like, really put some time into it, develop it, and, you know, make it available to streamers with a premium version where we could sell some of it, but just, like, solve the problems that I feel no one has actually solved, even though there are products out there that try to do this stuff. There are problems that, like, I see the solution for as a streamer that I don't think the people making these sites to serve streamers actually know, because they're not regular streamers necessarily, or, you know, maybe they're not. It's just there are things that are like, I would love it if this, that have not been addressed by those sites, and figured we could build it. And I think maybe I no longer plan that, but I think maybe that's where Noah stands on it too. I'm gonna burn this now. Get them both below 8K. There we go. We're safe in this orbit. We still can only do 10K, and we got to get all the way over to there. So now that we've got that set up, where's Kenneth? Kenneth, host me like a virus, please. Host me so that I can spin the moon again. Off to take a thank you for telling us all, Jim. Very funny when they made that exact joke in Thor Ragnarok. What was the joke? Sorry. All right, thank you, Kenneth, and then to the moon, one of these days, Alice, one of these days. So we need you to spin over that, warping at 10,000 speed, slowing down again, and a little bit more, a little bit less. Oh, please tell me we get this on this pass. I think we get this on this pass. Yes! It's gonna be... no, I think we got it. We got it, because he just went over and we're already, like... yeah. Just a quarter of a rotation away from him. So, go back to you. This should be the last one, but there could be 5. Drain my fucking life. Just drain my fucking life's hours from me. This looks really cool, though. I like the terrain of the moon toward the poles. It's neat. Way neater than the rest of the fucked up, idiotic, stupid-ass, dumb fucking moon that nobody fucking likes. They make you do all these fucking missions at. Fuck. Could you, with the warping me here? Warping me here, do? And while you're doing that, I will thermometer, pin. See, now I can't do it. It locked me out of being able to do the thermometer while we're in auto warp that time. But if I already had it open and then I selected auto warp, apparently it does the, it unlocks the thermometer, is what I think I'm seeing here. In fact, I'm going to pause the game, and I'm going to note that as just a bug. You know? Let's see. Can collect science if open prior to auto warp during auto warp. Little bug. No big deal. You know, there's bugs in every game. Just reporting it, letting them know. And we've got this up and ready to go. I could log the temperature at any time. Good. Are we in the zone? We're in the zone now. Okay, and log the temperature, and for the love of God, let this be it. It's not it. Spaceflight below 10,500 at another fucking site. Oh, I was gonna do, listen, here's what I mean by bad design, okay? I was gonna do, we were gonna go back to the Space Center, and we were gonna build, like, a dump truck ship. You know, I was gonna model it after, like, fucking dump truck, and it was gonna be to go to orbit, stay in orbit, maybe it takes up, like, a fucking, refueling platform and shit, you know? But it's gonna go up, and then it would be in orbit of Kerbin, and then we were gonna, with a claw on it, we would grab the things that we left in orbit, you know, after we had to recover Kerbals, we didn't push it down, grab them, push them down, and we were gonna leave that guy in orbit, maybe with like a little refueling platform that could be like the start of our Kerbin, like, orbital space station. But we're not gonna do that today now, because spent a fucking hour of my time on a mission to tell me that I was accepting when I accepted it! That's what I mean by bad game design. That's what I'm on about, people. Back to you, Kenneth. Oh, the Pinball Wizard. Yeah, fuck it. Pinball Wizard's as good as Kenneth. For my purposes. Regarding 38A, that's intentional. Only pilots can do maneuver node stuff without signal. Even if it's intentional, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's, like, good design. Some of these are based on, like, is it good design or not? I haven't thought about the ones too heavily that are on this list because we've just been playing and people have thrown them out and I've noticed them and noted them down. They might not end up in the final list, but actually I'm curious what exactly that one is. 38A, removing maneuver nodes. Green check deletes, red X requires signal. Craft has Kerbal, still needs signal to delete, especially with an engineer on board. Yeah, that's just bad design. That's just bad fucking design, you know. It's to delete a node. It's not creating it. It's the annoyance is you finish doing a maneuver node, okay? Then you've lost signal afterwards. You go to click the fucking delete button, it doesn't delete. You can click the green X button. Sometimes that works. I think it always. I'm not sure if it always works or not. But like, if it's deleting a node, anyone can do that. Anyone can delete what someone else has set up. Trust me, you let me into your computer, give me credentials, I can delete everything. I don't have to know anything, I can fucking wipe that motherfucker out. It's an annoyance, it's a gameplay annoyance. And the idea that, like, a pilot can make maneuver nodes, but an engineer can't, okay, fair enough. When the maneuver node is no longer used, anyone who wants to click the delete button should be able to click the fucking delete button, regardless of whether there's signal to the craft or otherwise. It is shit left on the menu. It is an oversight. It is an oversight of programming because they built the system to try and restrain you from being able to use maneuver nodes and create maneuver nodes and manipulate maneuver nodes unless you had certain conditions met. Fair enough. Now go back and fix your UI bug where I can't even delete the fucking thing without a signal. No, sir, you need a PhD in deleting for that. Indeed. Indeed. All right, back out here, and then the fucking mood again. This is the last one. They don't do more than 5, right? You better not do more than fucking 5, let me tell you. Did you try Alt F4 to remove the node? You know what? I was thinking, you know, opening up the uninstall control panel, the add remove programs window, seeing if that could get the fucking node deleted. I was thinking about that. I was considering my fucking options. Yep. Go, 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 go. Is this the one? Is this the pass? I think this is the pass. I think this is the pass. I think this is the pass. Suck on my fucking ass. What is your problem? I don't know. I've been here. My problem is I've been here for 5 hours. If the mission would have been what the mission was, we would have been here for 6 hours probably. But I would have been enjoying myself building a brilliant little craft that would have just been fun and doing a lot of neat things. Reusable dump truck I'm going to leave in Atmo, and maybe when I bring it up, I bring a refueling platform that turns into a Kerbal space station eventually. And God, it's just like a cool fucking... But no, I'm still here doing this shit. I just need you to pin. Thank you. Pin up there until we're in the zone. And you mind like bringing the frame rate back? No? Okay. Don't worry about it. You got it, baby. You're killing it. Just crushing it. Come on up. Hell yeah, build a fucking space station, brother. Yeah. I think that is our next mission. This is the last thing I'm doing on this fucking live stream, and it's because of the developers of Kerbal Space Program not telling me that this mission was going to have 5 fucking thermometer readings on it. So blame them for the fact that this one's ending, and we're not doing it today. But next mission I will be like juicy and fucking, you know, ready to go. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Our next mission is we build the dump truck and we haul up a refueling platform that will be the base of a space station that we eventually do. Log that temperature, overwrite that motherfucker, and ladies and gentlemen, that's the 5th contract. We fucking did it finally. Oh my god. The long-winded motherfucking... So, what I'm thinking is to leave this relay in much higher orbit than this. You know? We don't want it this... Do we, though? Because it could do temperatures. As a relay, it's more useful to us if it's higher. Right? But where it is, if we wanted to do some more temperature readings... Oh, wait! I never want to do temperature readings! Find my fucking prograde. I'm done. I'm done! Okay? 10 times fucking time warp at 8 kilometers. Just smash into the goddamn surface of the goddamn moon. You're giving me good ideas. I like the way you're thinking them. Now, we're going to use it as a relay. So we're going to blow up the prograde to a height that is specifically and exactly, I don't fucking know. Some amount. You have fuel for days. Yes, I'm blowing it up. I don't know why. I don't know what, where, when, who, how. But I'm blowing it up. And look, we're going right over the magnetic pole right now. That's why everything's switching over. Oh, I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. How would I... If I pulled back toward the moon, I could get the apoapse to come out and be more, like, properly polar. I'm gonna do, like, 255. Okay? 255. Warp me to the goddamn apoapse. Which way are you going? You're going this way? Good. Warp me to the goddamn motherfucking cocksucking, shit-eating, dick-licking, tit-sucking, nut-bowl, nibble-nuts fucking apoapse. If you don't mind. Terribly. What, 100k is good? Oh, I already went past it. I wanted the apoapse and periapse to be nice and up and down. If I can, I might still fuck it up, but... what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? 800 meters per second of delta V remaining in this nice little lightweight satellite of us. Did a lot of good work for us today. Is the time in between an instant and another one time? You're okay. Well, insights. You're no longer drunk. You're high, which is, you know, I ain't criticizing. You just pass the Doochie to the left one side. Let's blow this up to also 255. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? Right? Blow that sumbitch up. More. I'm bored. Bored. Quicker. Ah! 255, 257. It's not good enough. 255.05. 255.5, 254.9. God damn it. Hang on. Ready? 255.0, 255.7. No. It's not good enough. Not good enough. You. Thrust limit. Ready? Hit! Is it the wrong direction? That's the wrong direction, boy. Alright, just retrograde. Not good enough. Not good fucking enough for me, buddy. Kept me here all goddamn day. If you can waste my time, I can waste my time. 254.9, 255.6. I want you to jiggle for me. Jiggle. Jiggle for daddy! Jiggle. Okay, I don't want it to jiggle. I want it to be like that. Boom, boom. Periaps, apwaps, very much toward the up and the down. We are less than 100 meters per second difference on that separation. I'm happy with that. I don't want it to jiggle. That would just be annoying for the rest of, like, eternity. But that's nice, huh? Huh? Pretty nice. Noise even. F5. We good. I don't know how to jiggle. You can jiggle. You can jiggle it. Like, at least a little bit. I want to see you jiggle it. A little bit. Sonic Boom! It's not Sonic Boom. It always sounded like that. Jiggle it just a little bit. I want to see you jiggle it just a little bit. Sonic Boom! So that's an F5 for us. That is all of our missions complete. We're going back to the motherfucking Space Center and seeing how much completing 5 missions in one launch got us. We started this with 550,000 Kerbucks at the beginning of the day. When we completed 3 of those missions, we were already up to 800 and some thousand Kerbucks. We have 971,000 Kerbucks!
9 stars distributed on 5 contracts and 1 Kerbal and gained in 1 mission.
Contracts. They are a bit of a racket, aren't they? The fucking contracts. 69 bits and 951 bits. Thank you, little magnets. That is the end of the goddamn live stream. All them contracts they're running. And then we got a Diden, or a Deeden, or a Dilden. She. Needs to be named after someone in chat. That's the final thing that happens here. I can't forget that, can I? You can forget that if you want to. I mustn't forget it. The last thing that happens before we leave is Diden, just so that I stop making that really bad and obvious joke over and over again. We need to get rid of Dildo Kerman. I can't keep... Twitch is going to find out. You know, it's not going to be good. Raffle's been open for quite some time now. I'm sorry if you missed it, if you came in after the raffle opened. I didn't mention it until now, but I can't be asked. Did you see what they made me do? Did you see what they made me do? Raffle Droll, and how long they made me do it for. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Dildo Kerman, Diden, Didle, Doodles, is now closed, and the winner is So Karen! So Karen, so Karen. That's I showed some energy. Not you did 50 Karens. No, we want a so Karen. It's 5-0 Karen. That's how many Karen you got. 5.0 Karen. It's Karen 5.0 because it's actually the O. It's not the 0. It's the O. But you are not a badass. You're not a veteran, which is interesting because a lot of them are like badasses and shit like that. Default female scientist with not a lot of courage, whole bunch of stupidity. Just what we needed, a timid and really dumb scientist in the program. You'll blend in anyway. Like I'm sure you're going to have a lot of friends in here. So Karen, KFR8, but Pika Pup, Scorpier 99, and then the boys there. But we also have Kenneth 1 and the Light Guy 89 on missions, and then we don't acknowledge the existence of that tab. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for coming out to the live stream. One more mission, that's it. And here's my plan, okay? You might be wondering, when's he getting to Duna, what we're doing. Next live stream, we're gonna build like a really cool, dump truck craft. And I'm gonna probably take a while building it because I'm gonna enjoy the process. But we're gonna build a dump truck craft that we're gonna try to lift into orbit while carrying extra fuel to start off a fuel platform that could eventually become a space station around Kerbin. But that's basically one mission: dump truck to orbit to be able to knock down the junk that was left up by our stranded Kerbals that we've recovered. And then we'll leave that in orbit, hopefully with a mobile, a refueling platform up there. And after that mission is done, we've done the Kerbin stuff, we've done the Minmus stuff, we've done the Moon stuff. We clean up our own space. Once our house is in order, we head for Duna. And we head, first and foremost, we're going to head with a probe. That's what we're going to do. We're going to head to Duna with a probe to explore the space first, just because that's what you would do. And then once we see about the probe, and maybe even try and land the probe to get an idea of, you know, what kind of atmosphere we'll be dealing with at Duna, and how many parachutes, and what kind of landing features I'm going to need. You know, we'll start in on Duna. We will not be done with Duna by the next live stream, but we will start Duna. Which was the whole goal here. We started 9 live streams ago with the goal of, in hard mode, landing on Duna with a Kerbal. We're almost there. We're almost there. Insights LG, let's go. Let's go indeed. Let's go just grab another beer and smoke another spliff. Right, Insights? Thanks for coming out, everybody. Burn this bitch to the ground. We're gonna hate when I was driving at the time, but thanks for visiting. I'm gonna go cool off. It's very hot. I'll see you next time. Pawn out.